Good evening, everybody. I come to you quite late. Not my original plan, but that's how it turned out today. I'd like to say it's a semi-good reason that I'm late. I'm back to some silly things I used to do when I worked for a bank, and I'm kind of back to um, back to that kind of nonsense. But we'll worry about that later. Today is has some lovely news, and because I'm going to be talking about something that you can buy, it is worth saying right off the bat that I'm doing this stream because I've been given a copy, not just because, but I have been given a copy of Book of Hours from Weather Factory. I am a very big fan of their work. One of the reasons they did that was because I was a Kickstarter backer of Cultist Simulator, and I streamed that quite a bit. But the difference this time, of course, is that I'm playing a copy of the game that the developer gave me specifically for promotional purposes, and it's always good to just say that stuff before you start talking about how you should spend your hard-earned Christmas dollars. But with that in mind, I think this game has a really lovely soundtrack. From what I can tell, Mickey Mar Productions, and specifically Maribeth Solomon, has been a collaborator of the lead designer on this. Cured, lovely to see you. Good evening. I hope you have a good stream. Can't stick around, so I hope all goes well. Cured, I know you're very often running out, but I just wanted to say I appreciate a lot the fact that you actually stop in and say this. I know if I go on too long that this is going to be something that makes you late or gets you in trouble. So, but I actually really like the fact that you take the time to say hello, even if you can't stay. So have a good day at work or whatever you're up to. Take care. But yeah, in any case, now I have a confession to make, and I think this is kind of an open secret, but I am one of those people who actually bounced off of Sunless Sea because of, yeah, no worries, Kieran. I actually bounced off of Sunless Sea. I was one of those people who was kind of turned off by that initial difficulty. Hello, Befreefuls. You see all your streams and you try to read my word. Oh, my blog. Thank you. Thank you for saying so. I know some of the stuff I talk about. So there's IntelliGame had a good way of putting it. You can't watch anything but Book of Hours. No, that's fine. I mean, again, first of all, my stuff isn't for everyone. But for the WordPress stuff, so I've gotten some nice feedback. Somebody who's writing I respect a lot actually says that the thing they'd like to see more from me is the business style, or like writing about business. I do think that that's something I should do more often, although I do also feel a certain degree of pressure if I just focus on that I would need to follow gaming business news a lot more than I do. And one of the things that's sort of nice about the way that I've handled it now is that I get to write on things when there is substantial new news, right? So, if John Riccitiello resigns as CEO at Unity, we can talk about that. If Unity announces a significant price increase in the form of the runtime fee, we can talk about that. But I am also kind of conscious of the fact that while these topics can kind of be a never-ending source of articles, I don't really like writing the same thing over and over again. One of the things I do try to do is offer an original perspective, and I'd like to think that these things are hopefully an attempt to persuade, but I'm also not under any illusions that everyone who reads it will be not necessarily everyone will be. How do you mean, Befreefuls? I don't think everybody's necessarily going to be sort of won over by my rhetorical brilliance. But what I do hope to do is, rather than just sort of write the article that you can kind of already tell the conclusion before you start, the hope is to write an article that is original, has a fresh take on things, And if you are not fully persuaded by the perspective, that at least hopefully it forces you to, hopefully it forces you to consider your own position in relation to that point of view. So a really good example of this, and I was very surprised by the reaction to this one. I wrote about interest rates and layoffs. And because essentially I was taking a technical subject in reference to layoffs, of course, layoffs are a huge human interest story, and it is rightly one where we pay attention to the people who are affected by layoffs. I rather suspected that the reaction would be quite negative. And in truth, what happened was I actually got some feedback from a developer who I think is doing some interesting stuff, where they said, I've actually been trying to talk privately with people about this, and it really feels like it's hard to break through. And I think this is a really good way of putting it. So I'll be sending it to some more people. And then they actually said, I'd like to know a little bit more about central banks and how they set interest rates. And I was like, oh, well, that's really interesting, because that's a whole bunch of stuff I cut out of this article to try and make sure that it was, a certain number of words. And this is another thing that I very commonly get. And I usually, when I get feedback, people are like, could you give me more examples? And I'm like, well, I could, but usually when I put in more examples, that means the word count goes up over 2,000. And I would rather talk about the content of what I have to say rather than offer, 2 or 3 examples that are offering the same thing. And to be honest with you, my natural inclination is to add more examples, and my impulse is to actually take them out, simply because I have never been able to do a short essay. Like even when I try to do it brief, it usually winds up being longer than 1,000 words. So anyways, I'm very bad at judging what the reactions to certain articles will be. I always appreciate it when people read things. But yeah, Josh, the IntelliGame said, I actually really like reading his essays. I don't usually agree with them, but I think you put it very well. And that's really the best that I can ask, right? Because I do have a perspective that is, look, I got to be honest, it's my own, right? I'm not interested in writing other people's articles, and I don't want to play to the crowd in the sense, I guess I'm by default playing to the cloud because it's where it's all stored, but I don't want to play to the crowd in the sense of trying to, tell people what they want to hear. I do want to play to the crowd in the sense that I want to meet them at a level that they can understand. So if I'm going to talk about monetary policy, I'm not going to put equations in, I'm going to use prose. Anyways, that was a lot longer than what I had intended to talk about. I did start off by saying that I was given a key for promotional purposes, and then I didn't actually do the thing to talk about selling, what you should spend your hard-earned money on, and that is the soundtrack. So it's the 15th day of the Advent calendar. I actually noticed that some of the music came online on Steam earlier, and then just moments before I opened my stupid mouth, I thought, if Weather Factory wanted people to know this, they probably would have they probably would have announced it. So I'm gonna keep quiet. And sure enough, a couple of days later, it came out. So it's I'm not 100% sure what the details of the arrangement are, but so far as I can tell, this is not a part of the perpetual edition, so that if you want to buy this, I believe you buy this separately. That will not be true for the that will not be true for all of the content. The DLC that was announced on the day of the previous stream, that will be part of the perpetual edition if you own it. But there is the launch discount for the original soundtrack, so that is 10% off. And it may be worth mentioning that if you buy the Book of Hours plus soundtrack bundle, the total is actually 13% off. Now, I am a little reluctant to mention this, although I don't think it's going to be a secret for anyone. If you are not inclined to buy the soundtrack outright, if you do use one of the subscription music services such as Spotify or Apple Music, I don't know if there are other locations, it is available on those. I believe someone else verified that it was on Spotify. I think that was part of the announcement as well. And with the, I'm a user of Apple Music, and I was listening to it all day today. It's very wonderful. I actually really like some of the details about the music that I'm hearing that I didn't hear originally as part of the playing the game. But that was the big news for the Advent calendar today. So anyways, it's been 10 minutes. I believe I cut my viewership by a third over that talk. But we will jump into the game. I'm really looking forward to it. And we're, like I said, this is going to be an opportunity to entice you on the soundtrack while we play the game. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly, Book of Hours is a forgiving sort of game. If you're worried that you might be stuck, there's always a way. And we are still on 2023-12 D12. Okay, so when last week on Book of Hours, not even week, but we've got an offer from Oriflamme, so we're spending 5 on a book which I don't remember what the name of the book was, but it's a 14 Moth mystery. I think we're going to save that for tomorrow in terms of reading. Oh, hang on, I've got a notebook. I actually made sure to have like my my tablet and my writing implements all in front of me, so but I did forget the paper notes. But we're good to go. So we've been kind of going through the library. One of my biggest tasks has been reading all of the different books in the nave of the church. And it is worth mentioning that, after that, I will have read everything that presumably would give me information about where Mysteries of the House are and so on and so forth. Now, there's other ways that I can sort of test some of this stuff. But the big thing that I want to do right now is at least read one of every book sort of as part of a collection, as part of an effort to try and, read them by at least some kind of thematic connection, so that I can see whether or not, there's any new information that I get out of that. And then the other idea has been to try and push ahead as far as any of the recipes that I find. In fact, I should probably open up my Word document to take care of that as well. Now, because we are also getting near the end of all of our investigations in terms of the books, we've been moving on to the Cucurbit as well. So I believe I have examined everything down below here. I do not yet believe, I think maybe I looked at the Severe Chair and the Staff Armchair, but we've not investigated the Loyal Dog, the Key Hooks, or the Dartboard. In fact, I seem to recall that there is some mention of assassination attempts with the Staff Armchair. So the aim here is going to be to kind of go through all of these rooms. I am going to save sort of Collar's office and the upper rooms sort of for the end. I don't actually think there's going to be that much for me to investigate in the interview laboratory. But once we finish that, there's only one more area for me to investigate, and that would be down in the caves here. And once we're finished the caves, and keep in mind, there's not that much for us to investigate down here that isn't going to be consumed. At that point, we really are limited to investigating things that are consumed when we interact with them. which again, I'm fine doing, but I wanted that to be the very last set of things that I did, just sort of to make sure that I, like, what I kind of want to do with the consumable stuff is I want to find a way of getting replacements. So it would be a shame to get rid of the Shadowless Silk and not have something else to put in its place. So, you know, if I'm going to consume a Shadowless Silk, I kind of want to do that once, and hopefully I will have some other object to, you know, make the house look pretty. But again, that's a little bit further down. Another thing that I might try, I have tried to do a few different recipes, but the one thing I haven't really tried at any significant length is some of the locations are ones that I've set aside in favor of doing other things. So what I mean by that is, if I have my choice between the dispensary and the barber's chair, I very often go for the dispensary. That'll take flowers and remains, and then fuel, liquid, and remains. Whereas the barber's chair tends to take elements of the soul and memories. So essentially, there's a little bit less that I can put in here in terms of recipes, but it may turn out that there are things that maybe can only be done in the barber's chair, or maybe, you know, there are other combinations that I want to be trying. So, you know, it's a little bit of a flyer. I don't want to say that I'm going to be putting a whole lot into this, but where I can, it would be nice to try. It would be nice to try a few different combinations and different, just different efforts. And the main focus of those will be to try and fill in any of the gaps that I have in my various skills. So obviously that's a longer term program. I don't intend to do all of this tonight, and some of this really does wind up being a kind of form of trial and error. So I don't want to, you know, again, like in theory, I could find every treasure of the house by like combining, you know, elements of the soul in every single skill. But that's not a very rewarding way of playing the game. I mean, at that point, it's just that much more efficient for me to go and take a look at the individual files. What you kind of hope to do is have the game guide you towards something that makes sense. And there are a few things that I'm thinking about. So for instance, was it Edict's Liminal and Inviolable and the bed? There is something about that which I don't seem to have put together quite yet. But, you know, there does seem to be something there because of the references in the various books. I've never used the Condignator, and that's a fairly significant item in the game. So, you know, just little things like that would be nice to check. And the thing is that the search for different treasures have actually been the way that I find other treasures. So there's a nice little, you know, there's some nice opportunities here where I just try to put together things that maybe feel like they should be together, and maybe we'll wind up finding a few more secrets. And of course, once we, I think Ramsund is the one thing I have to have. The rest of it, you know, I'd be a little sad that I don't read all of the books, but Ramsund is the one that has the Newman. So anyways, that's where we are at the start of today. I think I am going to try and earn myself a little bit of money just because I can always renew it. Because we are interested in making some candles to consume, I am going to work the beehive. Gather in summer, honey or beeswax if I'm careful. And my real dilemma now is, how do I want to divide my time in terms of investigations compared to books? So for books, we've read the Hissing Key. I think I've probably already read the Morphe Codex, but let's go. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think I have any other books being read right now. So 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, you know what? We have enough to read everything. So let's actually get the last batch of sort of Mansis related books read, and then you know, that's it. We're done, and we can focus on investigating the house. So those who do not sleep is a Fusine text. Thousand Threads is a Kilisimi text. That shouldn't be a surprise. Book of Maya is Hyksos. Now, one thing that I didn't appreciate, and I was aware of this group, but I don't know, I can't actually quite articulate why I apparently knew about this group, but not their name. Hyksos is just not a name of a language in this game. This is actually a group of people. So I think it's a Canaanites who conquered Egypt, I think is the idea. And it's there in the description, right? The Shepherd Kings brought this speech west from Canaan to use in their wards and snares. Had they never come to Egypt, they might never have found a way to write it, given its addictive qualities that may have been for the best. So I do not believe this is a real language, but it is definitely a real people. And there's actually some interesting history to read about that if you are so inclined. So this is one thing I do very much appreciate about, you know, Book of Hours and the secret history setting in general. It makes even familiar things new again. And very often, at least in my case, has educated me about things that I was not aware of at all. All right, that is the last of the books. And then we have a core and a whist to investigate with, so let's start in the long cell. We'll examine the cudgels. Investigate the object. It's a rainy day. We're not really going to worry about that, though. Our focus here is on investigation. You know, I don't think I ever appreciated the robes here. I'm not sure if those are intended to be priest garments or not, but we'll probably get it from the room description. Cudgels, Degu and St. Trog. Very old iron cudgels, recently and heavily padded. Retrieved from Gladwin Lake and returned to the cell's occupants as a reward for good behavior. Oh, that gives a contradiction. I'm actually going to make a note of that. Something uncomfortable. Alright, so we'll use the whist to look at what I'm assuming is St. Trog in this case. And I have to guess that this is going to give me the exact same result, but... Guest bed, long cell, a bunk bed constructed for two immortals who can neither be together nor apart. So no explanation in terms of the outfit. We're gonna have a whole lot of reading to do at the end of this, so we'll start with the object. But for those of you that like the books, your time is about to come. Oh, I'm happy I made this tea. It's not gonna help my sleep, but. Yeah, exact same rate as before. Okay, so I will take the time to restore my elements of the of the soul. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we will restore the Faust. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. And now we move to the books. So the Morphe Codex, a priestess of the Sisterhood of the Knot, claims to have discerned the true meaning of the Thunderskin's birth. The writer credits the Red Grail, the Ring Yew, and the Horned Axe, the powers the Sisterhood reveres, with agreeing a final treaty between the Hours of the House and the Hours they displace. The Thunderskin loved the Yew, and the Grail destroyed him as restitution for the slaying of the Horned Axe's sisters and brothers. The Thunderskin entered the Mansus through the Peacock Door, a privilege never given to the witch and sister, but then their merit was less. The writer admits that entry through the Peacock Door is unseemly, but insists that under the circumstances there was no other way. Okay. Those who do not sleep, and again, this was in the Fusine text. The mystic Broadnax discusses the origins of the Sister and Witch and of the Thunderskin. The Sister and Witch were born in two wombs, one poor and one rich, across the sea. The Sister was stronger in the aspect of heart, and so their survival was assured. The Witch was stronger in the aspect of Grail, and so they were not satisfied. When the Sister and Witch came west, the Red Grail permitted their ascension, but then grew jealous of their power. It lured a great musician into the ranks of its names, and caused him to be reborn from blood as a heart hour, so that the Grail might maintain dominion there also, but its victory is not assured. So I'm pretty sure we read that before, but again, it never hurts to reread. I have a feeling that even though we've read this entire library, I could still benefit from a top-to-bottom reading again. 1,000 Threads, again, this is the Kilisimi text. The Fate Supplications of the Matriarch of the Well, recorded by In Darkness by her weavers and her daughters. I think that might actually be a typo. The well is long choked with rubble and ashes, the matriarch long gone. She predicted her own end as these supplications were recorded, but their power remains. Speak these supplications before an altar whose roots have drawn from a sacred spring. Perhaps another root will rise towards daylight. Now that is a very interesting one. So if I don't recall... It would have to be Trides Mahaira or Hill and Hollow. But that's almost certainly a Treasure of the House revelation. In fact, if you can just give me a quick second here, there are a couple that I might be able to find. So let me just take a quick look here. We've got, what is it, 1,000 Threads. It does give Trides Mahaira. So the interpretation that I get out of that is speak these supplications before an altar whose roots have drawn from a sacred spring. Perhaps another root will rise towards daylight. So when we read that one, if I recall correctly, that gives us the serpent root, a massive rootstock, shiny with age, but somehow still somehow viable. Tiny spidery scratchings marked with embedded eggshell shards encode a cryptic message. And then the serpent root gives the loopholes memory. So it's a good one. In fact, I think I will take note of this. Let me just bring up my Word document. But it's a mystery we've already solved. It's actually a little bit of a shame because we're finding so many books that solve mysteries, and yet they're ones that we've solved on our own. Actually, it did also occur to me that I have not read all of the books. I will have the films and I will have the audio to work on as well. We'll worry about that later, though. Okay, 1,000 threads. Okay. I want to check something here really quick. All right, cool. That's, again, educational in terms of the information that it gives me and how to sort of read into what the game says, but I don't have an immediate need for it. So here we go. We've got the Book of Maya, an account of the 5 visits of the Desert Wanderer, probably the hour called the Vagabond, to the city Maya. She begins as a delighted child, perhaps even a mortal, but things then go badly, and this is the Hyksos text. In her second visit, she came as Laughing Thrush. Her heart was bright within, her beak was ripe with song, but in the first moment her feathers touched the city stones, the laughter began. The Wanderer's penultimate visit is as Centipede, whose venom cracks stone. Maya is abandoned to the desert, but she returns one last time again as Laughing Thrush, with 4 other hours who take the shape of birds, to celebrate the first roost above the bones of her hated kin. Excuse me. The 3 and the 3 Vatican manuscript, so this implies other manuscripts. A church-authorized version of an older text, this book describes the chancel and the calyptra, 2 triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. The deepest knowledge is forbidden to all mortals except those who seek it beneath the watchman's tree. It is Calyptra that planted that tree, but it is the chancel, the cruciate, that has elected Calyptra. Who then elected the cruciate? Or is this, as the saying goes, a matter of Janus? The sister and witch is cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. Even those powers that demand a conjunction are not always conjoined. When the sister is nowhere, does this mean nowhere sits in Crucium? Now, I've written down the notes on this one as well, elsewhere on my tablet. But the other thing is, it would be really helpful if I could get the other manuscripts so I could see maybe what they mean in terms of it being adjusted to fit church doctrine. So another text about Calyptra. What does not bark? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law, principle, or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star, or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the Hours can make use of them? And finally, the last of the texts that we have. Formula and instructions invoking Moth, Lantern, and exceptionally, paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. The author makes a passionate argument that the hour named Chandler is in fact the oldest, even though he does not exist, because he is supposedly the culminating event of a plan that precedes even Grail and Moth. Where the Chandler has passed, the understandings of the Colonel and the Lionsmith will wrench open truth. Where the Chandler will pass, Moth will pass before him. Okay. I want to write that down because I have a feeling that could be related to a mystery of the house. I'll explain the reasoning in a moment. Here we go. I'm just handwriting this, so please bear with me a second. Okay. So the first thing I would note here is, and I don't want to say, I don't want to be too clear on where we would do this because I don't see that there is a major reason, but I would be willing to guess, I believe it was Disciplines of the Scar that we had used, but I would be willing to guess here that this could be in fact talking about the treasure of the house that we found with Disciplines of the Scar. That would line up with where the Chandler has passed, the understandings of the Colonel and the Lionsmith will wrench open truth. Where the Chandler will pass, Moth will pass before him. Now that is the part that sort of interests me, is that we have this idea of Moth. If we were thinking of that location, then that implies there might be something to do with Moth in that area. And so in this case, we would want to think, well, what does Moth mean in this context? And is there something that we can relate possibly to a skill if we think that there may be further treasures of the house for us to uncover? We'll make one more read of the context here just to see if we can find out something about where the Chandler passes. Formula and instructions invoking Moth, Lantern, and exceptionally, paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. The author makes a passionate argument that the hour named Chandler is in fact the oldest, even though he does not exist, because he is supposedly the culminating event of a plan that precedes even Grail and Moth. Where the Chandler has passed, the understandings of the Colonel and the Lionsmith will wrench open truth. Where the Chandler has passed, where they will pass, Moth will pass before him. So there's a distinction that I didn't make before, where they have passed, has passed, past tense, understandings of Colonel and the Lionsmith will wrench open truth, where the Chandler will pass, Moth will pass before him. And that is it for the individual texts. Later we will be reading this text that we buy from Oriflammes. And then in terms of further quote-unquote texts, we have the Ilse Bischof's... Oh, actually, sorry, there is not just Ilse Bischoff. The Ilse Bischoff trilogy, and then Admonitory Automata Project. And then from that, we also have 6 audio... You know, I'm going to rearrange this. I'll put a Tower Rises and a Tower Falls beside each other. But yes, we'll also have some individual recordings to listen to, although it's fair to say that this is just going to be one at a time. So this will probably take us a couple of days to get through all of the audio recordings and all of the, maybe not all of the films, but we'll save that. So yeah, when it comes to, I believe this is the altar that is drunk from the sacred spring. We already solved this with Tridesma Hyra. We haven't really found anything with the individual, you know, at any of the individual statues here. Again, Catacombs altars, you know, I'm fairly certain at this point now Saint Pentretto has a secret we haven't yet discovered. If I could maybe somehow relate this to Moth, I might have a little more luck. But yeah, nothing concrete for me to work with. So what I am going to do, we won't worry about any more texts for today. What we are going to do, though, is use whatever elements of the soul we find to investigate the rest of the cell. I think if they have, so we've got Darling Deer and Father Turk. In these cases, I think we'll just take care of, yeah, we'll take care of each of these individual weapons. Sorry, we won't do each individual weapon. We will do one weapon each time. So we did the 2 cudgels, but this time we'll only do one of the Wasters and one of the Bakken. But of course, there we actually need to get our element of the soul back. All right, so we got beeswax. This is what we were looking for. So we're hoarding the beeswax so that when I can make some again, when we're consuming the individual candles and all these other things that we find, I can sort of replace them. Or, you know, I can just make them and consume them. I'll still try and do it sort of room by room. So, you know, in this case, I'll take care of the Shadowless Silk. I'll drink a cup of Second Flush Assam. I will eat a bowl of Sea Blessed Pears. I will dissect Sea Holly. Yeah, we'll take care of all of these individual items. But yeah, where I can, it would just be nice if I could figure out replacements. Better now. All right. So that's our first restoration. We'll keep going with this. So the Wasters, Darling Deer, and Father Turk. Investigate the object. Now, if I feel that I'm really starting to lag in terms of things that I can do, I do always have the option of firing the Porphyrin. or porphyrin. But the reason I'm not doing that right away is I have all of these persistent memories. And that's something that I can use when testing the various recipes. So again, that may wind up taking longer than people would want to tolerate, but it's an option that I have if I feel like there's something else to be gained by testing them. All right, Wasters, Darling Deer, and Father Turk, wooden swords of recent manufacture, never used, provided to occupants of the cell who clearly disdained and never used them. And that also gives contradiction. So again, we got to wait on the sweet bones before we can check another item. And this was the Book of Masks, Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called the Vagabond, who is also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, by many other names, or as Vanna has it, Masks. So that's actually quite appropriate for the text that we just read. All right, better now. So we will pay up for more elements of the soul. And we'll take a look at the last of the weapons in the long cell. Okay, oubliette containment, fire, iron, dusk, air, all wrenched into a configuration designed to confine something very dangerous. That something is long gone, but the configuration still has its uses. The oubliette, here in a vessel shaped by fire and fate, George Collars confined a flame in human flesh, a blazing shadow of a blazing future. A name of greed and time. Green called it the sun's bastard grandchild. Van Loren warned of the second dawn's first spark. But Collars spoke of it reverently as the leashed flame's true heir. Jail cellar, the entrance to the subcellar was barred, locked, chained, warded both physically and otherwise. Whatever was kept down there they took extremely seriously. Jail kitchen, there are no hours at Brandkrug, Collars used to say, even before he was governor of Brandkrug Jail, when he was only secretary vigilant of the Curia. By way of reminder, the hands were confiscated from every timepiece within the prison walls. The warders could still rely on the chimes of the great clock in the abbey spire, but it did make life harder on the cooks. Jail hall, here the guards and the prisoners would take their meals. Sometimes Collars, too, would descend from his tower, discuss philosophy with poisoners, ethics with Antians, theology with Labites. Afterwards, he would generally burn his notes. The jail yard was nicknamed the Cucurbit. The jail was nicknamed the Cucurbit for the alchemist's flask that distills and refines. Prisoners would become better versions of themselves, realigned to responsibility. Hence, though it would have been much safer to confine the more potent inmates to their sealed cells, Governor Collars insisted that even they should be allowed fresh air and exercise. And the Lesser Bridge, Brandkrug Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Ortuccio incident, the branch itself became considered unseemly and occult, and and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice licet tibi non licet, commonly renders as it is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you. Okay. The Bakken, Captain Torg and Mistress Dearday. Souvenirs from the east, heavily padded. Treasured items left behind by the occupants of the cell during their inglorious career on the high seas, procured by Governor Collars as a gift for the occupants of the cell, in hope it would induce better behavior. So I believe that's all the items in the long, the cell for the Edgelong. The few long at Brandkrug were kept in cells triple buttressed with silver and steel and sanctioned spells. The Bureau knew their weaknesses, but never relied on them. This cell last housed 2 immortals, an edgelong dyad. This would have required not only ferocious and eternal vigilance, but also frequent replacement of shattered furniture. So tomorrow, most likely, we will be checking out... Actually, we may have some time, but maybe I'll just make a bit of money instead. We've got 2 items to check out in the cell that possibly held Julian Cosley. At the very least, has references to him. Better now. And yeah, it's not the most exciting thing to do, but I think we're just going to throw this back into help with letters. So I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Smarter thing for me to do might have been to try and restore the tryst. I don't think there's a way for me to do that in a way that makes sense, but it just means that I'm going to have about 2 minutes reading the Book of Masks, and then we'll have to work with whatever we've been given. But that's also fine too, because we should have the rest. We'll have the rest of the season to handle everything. I can sort of hold off on my adventures in the Kukurbit if I feel that there is a better use for the elements of the soul. And most of the things I'm going to be working with, right, the Faust, the Whist, for most of these I have duplicates. Unless I really need the health, most of the things that I use, I'm not closing the possibility with. So again, we'll see where it all winds up. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I finished my tea. Now, I'm not too bothered by this. I don't know if this is a Twitch reporting thing or if the stream's actually this quiet. But it does actually say that I have possibly nobody watching, or at the very least, a very diminished audience, which again is completely fine. I think it's really tedious when streamers talk about their viewer numbers all the time. But if this is true, what I might do is in a minute or two, I might actually take a break so I can get the pre-roll ads done. If nobody's affected by that, that's great. Then, that's just a chance for people not to be hit by ads when they come in to watch the stream. But it would actually not be a bad idea for me to get some tea during that time. So now is a good time. If you don't want to see a break or you don't want an interruption to your viewing experience, now's a good time to speak up. But otherwise, I will probably take a small break just to get a beverage. Okay, so we're reading the Book of Masks. We need 14 moth for that. I don't think it's Hytrides Mahaira. Resurgences and Emergences, though, should be able to help us. Perhaps. You provided moth, but not enough to match mystery moth. If you are lucky, you might still succeed. Hang on a second. I don't think this will do anything. Yeah. Thought I had an idea, but the I can't make it work in my head, so I will leave it aside. But yeah, we're going to read the Book of Masks. We do actually need some assistance. So, Book of Masks, Tryst. In fact, I need a memory. It's been a while since I've needed to do something like that. So let's grab Impulse should do the trick. I believe that is Traveling at Night Volume 1. That will give me the Impulse. Is it? Yeah, I'm like fairly certain, but let me double check. It does indeed. So we can use the FOST in this case. This isn't a hardship. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. While we wait, I will go to work at the Sweet Bones. So help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. We will go beekeeping again. Can't do that in every season. Honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. You think you did the thing wrongly again. I'm not sure what you mean by the thing, Beefreefles. If you can offer... I'm happy to help, but if you just offer a little bit of clarification when you say things like that, because I do sometimes find it hard to follow exactly what you're referring to in chat. And I know that can create misunderstandings. Wait, did I... Interesting, so I seem to have used up all of my Spintria. I really thought that I had another gold kicking around, but that does not seem to be the case. Traveling at Night Volume 1, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. Alopoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love, but I did find a secret that helped. How are you doing, Vanguard Master? So you say, social interaction. I was joking with a fellow streamer who got the joke, but another streamer didn't take it as a joke. So I gotta be kind of careful in terms of giving advice along these lines, because I am known for a certain style of humor, which definitely can rub people the wrong way. And I do think that in some cases, people have very unrealistic expectations of me on this. So for instance, I'll mention Kilgore's stream, not because I think Kilgore is unique in this sense, but I actually hear it very often. And what I will usually hear is, you need to put emotes down so that people know that you are being sarcastic. And the thing that I don't like about this advice is that there was actually a very long period of time in which I did exactly that. I would use the kappa. I, in fact, had my own kappa developed in the form of system... right? I like this one a lot, actually. I have definitely put quite a bit of effort into that. And the other thing to remember is, when I am sarcastic about things, it is in the context of something that, from my perspective, is so outrageous that nobody, I feel, should, maybe I should say nobody, but I think it at least invites some reflection as to whether or not it is serious. So a great example of this would be, oh, you're playing Demon Souls, From Software should sue these guys for ripping off Dark Souls, okay? The joke of that being that, Dark Souls is developed by From Software, so is Demon Souls. It's saying that they should sue themselves. And there's like 100 variations of this that you could do. Or like another one that I love to say is like, I prefer the original first-person shooter or the first person Fallout games, the pixel art RPGs don't quite do it for me. And again, like it's the first person one is called Fallout 3. Like it's very clear to me that this is a very silly thing that is being said. And very often what will happen in these cases is that people will, the way that they get caught by this is there is a very strong tendency for people on the internet to automatically assume that they are the smartest person in the room. And in fact, very often you can find the bullies in a chat from that, because there are people who just really love to be mean to someone as soon as they feel that there is some degree of social license. So the reason why I'm spending time on these examples is that I don't really feel that anyone is particularly being attacked in these cases here. The only time where there could be, a bit of rough stuff is if people capitalize on that to attack me. And that's sort of something I take on. But what I am very careful to do, and particularly if I step, the wrong way. So a good example of this would be when I wrote the, why are people bothering to use the shelves in the library? You should just put them as a big stack on the bridge. One of the comments to that, so like whenever people were like, you're an idiot, you don't understand the game, I didn't say anything to those. In fact, and that was restraint on my part, because very often what I will do is I will double down on something even more outrageous in hopes that someone will, maybe, if they don't get it the first time, having an even more outrageous thing will help bring them on the bus, right? The one case I broke character on that one was somebody who wrote in the comments, it was an accessibility thing. I actually kind of struggle to navigate. That's really interesting. I didn't think that would be a good way of, that would be a way, is this like a way that I can, more efficiently go through the house or something like that? And I broke character for that. And I very specifically said, like, hey, just so you know, I'm actually being really ridiculous on this. And I kind of said, here's what I take as the signal that I'm being ridiculous. The only thing is that you mentioned accessibility here, and I would not want somebody to enjoy the game less, for me being silly. I mean, again, and the thing that was really funny about that is that did not stop everyone. Like there were still comments coming through, talking about what an idiot I was and how I don't appreciate this smart person's game, which I thought was very funny. So even though there is evidence that I clearly know what I'm talking about, and that I will actually break character in order to make sure that someone can in fact continue to enjoy the game. You know what? I actually didn't need to get Illopolis. I didn't need to read Illopolis' work. I could have used the occult scrap. Oh well, lesson learned. So anyways, I wanted to frame all of this because I think it's really important to sort of indicate. So number one, like if there are hurt feelings, if people feel hard done by, another good example of this is I really did not want to put a disclaimer at the end of my wish lists article, because it's a satirical article, and to me it is so ridiculous. It should not require that kind of elaboration. But the thing is that on the odd chance, because like there are a lot of really desperate people in games as well, and on the odd chance that someone takes that seriously, I think I would genuinely feel bad, even on a like 5% chance that somebody actually loses money as a result of what is intended to be a practical, just not even a practical joke, just a funny article satirizing some of the excesses of indie game development. I would really feel very, very bad about that. Your whole business plan based around that article. No refunds. On that note, Chalk, you gotta lurk. You gotta get back to working. I'll be back later. Good luck, Vanguard. I'm sorry I wasn't engaging a little bit more, but Befreeful's brought up something that I think is worth elaborating. I'm kind of putting my credentials here so I can talk about Befreeful's case. But so I guess where I'm trying to go is that I try as much as I can to think about the consequences of what I say, in addition to, in addition to, what the fun value is. And like I said, I sometimes think I don't get enough credit for that side of the equation. These are sort of the rules that I set for myself. Now, having been on the receiving end of what you're describing, Befreefuls, I do think there is one big issue here, and it's actually what caused me to ask you for additional information. So when you say, hey, so I think I did the thing wrongly again, I often, when engaging with you, get the impression that you have a whole other world that's going on that I'm sort of expected to know about. And the fact of the matter is, there is no possible way that I can know what has just happened to you when you write something in chat. And the difficulty here is that, at least in my particular case, when you came in and said something very disrespectful, I don't have any context in terms of where that's coming from. And in fact, the case is that it's not uncommon for people to be quite disrespectful in the stream. And I don't like it. It is actually something that usually makes me feel like I don't want to be streaming. And so what may have happened here, and I'm only basing this off of my individual experience, is that if you have presented a joke, if you're trying to be friendly and joking with someone, but you haven't given them a tool to unlock that joke, if you haven't given them an opportunity to be able to reach that common understanding with you, even though you may have the best of intentions, the drawback is that because they don't have that necessary piece of information, it winds up becoming hurtful rather than becoming a joke. And that's unfortunately where it sort of crosses the line from having fun with everyone to rather having fun at someone's expense. And this is, I mean, as a viewer, this has sometimes happened. So I don't want to say who it was, but it was somebody who I started watching because of Book of Hours. And there was something that I said in their chat, and it turned out to be, a little bit, my view of this is that they kind of wanted a performative, telling off, that I don't think it was so much of an issue. There wasn't really anything in the rules, but they really just wanted an opportunity to sort of show that, kind of give that big display of condemnation or something like that. But whatever, it's their channel, their rules. But what then happens, of course, is if you wind up feeling that you're a prop for someone's broadcast, that's the point where you decide whether or not you want to stay. And in my case, I was like, you know what, there have been enough times where this person seems to have really wanted to use me as a prop on something they're actually not informed about, that this is not becoming fun for me. And so again, there's the viewer side of things, there's the broadcaster side of things, but what I think really makes these things work or not work is that common understanding. So with that other broadcaster, it is entirely possible that I misunderstood their intention in terms of, what I felt was using me as a prop for their condemnate, right? The fans always want to see the broadcaster in high dudgeon, right? And the drawback there is that when a broadcaster does that, it can very often be taken as a signal for the chat to gang up on that person. And that is a really, really bad place to go. That is a lot. I mean, I don't have enough audience to do that anyway, but that is really that case where, you're potentially enabling some rather nasty messages to be sent to people. So again, intentions definitely matter on these kinds of things. But the key, in my opinion, on these ones is to make sure that the person on the receiving end has the information required to know what the intention is. And then the other thing that's really important, and I want to make sure that I was really clear on what I said before, is that my feeling on this is that if I make a mistake, if someone's feelings are hurt from a joke which was not intended to be anything but a good laugh, I think it's really important to come clean and apologize. Because in the end, my feeling is that there's no joke that's really funny enough to merit hurt feelings. This doesn't mean, you shouldn't have to be a pushover for somebody who just wants to sort of take advantage. I've had a situation with a coworker who, decided to take, there's like principle of charity, right? And this is like a job that I had 10 years ago. So, but it's, a guy who, decided to take something. I don't even think it was really a comment. I think it was even just sort of a gesture that I had made to a colleague, and he took it for himself. And it wasn't even a disrespectful gesture. It was just sort of like a casual nod, but for whatever reason, he kind of took it as the wrong way. And like later on followed up with like, so what are you going to give me for an apology? And I'm like, you'll get an apology. As if there's supposed to be some like financial compensation for this thing as well. So again, you don't want this to be to open up, you don't want to open up people abusing that, but I don't really think that's what we're talking about. I think what we're talking about here is that if you feel that somebody has been hurt by what you've said, or somebody feels bad as a result of it, the important thing here is to ask, well, how committed are you to this particular idea? And the thing is that I really don't think there are a lot of jokes that are really worth keeping someone in a negative state. I've never told a joke that I think is funny enough for somebody to feel embarrassed or angry about. So anyways, that's kind of where I wanted to try and offer some perspective. I don't know the participants involved. I don't know what was going on, but I did have a specific example that I could draw from in terms of how you originally presented the problem that you're talking about and what I needed to draw out before I had the information. And that is entirely possible what happened there. And hopefully what I've done is offered at least some guidance in terms of how you can sort of frame around your joking, because it's fun to have fun, right? It's just you never want that to be fun at someone's expense. And then hopefully the thing that will do is also sort of offer some mechanisms to make sure that, if someone does err, and again, I do this too, and I think it's important to come clean when that happens. Hopefully that's given you a mechanism through which you're able to, to sort of mend some fences. Okay, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So I'm going to have some rest and refreshment. We are already working on the beehive, so let's read the Book of Masks. And it was nice to have a little bit of chat activity, but I am going to follow through on my threat to make some tea. So, moth choice. I can master this mystery, enough moth to match mystery moth. And while I'm doing that, I have a free whisk to kick around. So we are going to get started on the adept cell. So this is the nocturnal motto. Oh, to us it is permitted, to you it is not permitted. The motto of the Suppression Bureau. Oh yeah, no, that's yes, it is the Suppression Bureau. That's consistent. Never mind. Investigate the object. Okay. Yeah, sure thing. I will be back momentarily. I know for tea it usually winds up being a couple minutes just while I wait for the kettle to boil, but hopefully it's not that full. But I will be back in just a couple minutes, and hopefully we can get a little bit of a pulse back in the channel. Anyways, I'll be back. I'll be back as soon as I can. See you all in a bit. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. I hope you enjoyed the sound of the seaside. I was taking a quick peek at something on the laptop, so let me bring back, the Book of Hours information. And we should have a few more minutes, or, well, more than a few. But we should be without the pre-rolls for a while. So we are already checking out the contents of the cell, the adept cell. I am going to, as tempting as it is, I'm not going to check out anything else until we have some more elements of the soul to play around with. What I want to do here is I'm trying to preserve my options for when the book is finished. So we're currently reading the Book of Masks. I should have double checked. Right, Inescapable Confinement doesn't have Moth anyway. But essentially what I'm trying to do here is I would be surprised if it gives me Pearl and Tide. The hope, of course, is that we do get Pearl and Tide. But what I'm really looking for here is information in terms of what skills I'm going to be leveling up. And then once I have that, I can sort of decide which elements of the soul are expendable. So, Alice licit, tibi non licit. To us it is permitted, to you it is not permitted. The motto of the Suppression Bureau, which is actually slightly different from, I'm pretty sure it's slightly different. Over the gate is the Bureau's model. Alice licit, tibi non licit, commonly rendered as it is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you. To us it is permitted, to you it is not permitted. The motto of the Suppression Bureau. The story goes that Governor Collars used to keep another sign in his office with the motto of the Nocturnal Branch, the Bureau's predecessor, Radix Malorum Libertas Est. If someone complained about Bureau policies, he would point to the sign to remind them of that things could be worse. Especially, it was pointed out to him that the root of all evils is liberty, was an undiplomatic motto to display in a prison, and he grumpily retired the sign. Okay, I want to read that again, because that is actually that is fun. So, Alice licit, tibi non licit, to us it is permitted, to you it is not permitted, the motto of the Suppression Bureau. The story goes that Governor Collars used to keep another sign in his office with the motto of the Nocturnal Branch, the Bureau's predecessor, Radix Malorum Libertas Est. If someone complained about Bureau policies, he would point to the sign to remind them that things could be worse. Eventually, it was pointed out to him that the root of evils is liberty, was an undiplomatic motto to display in a prison, and he grumpily retired the sign. That is actually really funny. And I was going to say, like, when he's talking about Collars tapping the sign, I was like, where is it? So that is actually quite a fun one. Okay, so again, my temptation here would be to follow up with the Whist or the Fost, but we'll see what happens once we lock in some more reading. Where on earth am I going to put this honey? I'm glad Dendrian is doing well. He usually is. We'll see who finishes first tonight. Now, one of the drawbacks about any future Numa is going to be that because I only have the 1 health, there are fewer opportunities for me to get some of the special things that grow during Numa. Better now. That's going to be one thing that I try to improve once I have all of the elements of the soul committed, but you're about to play Blood on the Clock Tower and really hurt some feelings. I'm sorry to hear that, Be Freefuls. The thing to remember is, right, that if you have not, definitely an apology is appropriate. I mean, again, assuming you feel an apology is appropriate. I don't want to tell people, you know, what they can and can't do. if you have, sometimes you just need some time, right? Particularly if somebody is not really happy to hear from you, giving them some time is also a valuable thing to do. And if they want to hold a grudge for a certain period of time, right there, you can't control the contents of their head. And I won't even say if it's like right or wrong to hang on to it, right? Because again, you don't know what was said, you don't know what goes on. These are definitely times where you can learn some lessons, and sometimes lessons can be hard to learn. But if you've done what you can, try not to. I don't like the type of attitude which says, okay, well, that's their problem now, right? But you don't want to brood on it. What you want to do is you want to grow from something like that. But yeah, no. Hopefully you enjoy Blood on the Clock Tower. I forgot the prison stool. All right. I do still want to see the portrait of the long, long man, though. Investigate this object. Does anybody know what I'm referring to when I talk about the long, long man? I know I've played the song a couple of times, but I don't know if anybody has actually seen that commercial series. I know who has. Kite. Kite is a wonderful person for many reasons, but especially because every time I refer to Long Long Man, he knows exactly what I'm talking about, and it makes me feel happy. All right. Julian Cosley. Julian is known to be winter-long. At a prescribed date, his hour patron will ensure him a beautiful ending. But until then, he is even harder than most long to dispose of finally. That said, he is known to have been defeated by an Ascendant Long in the 1920s, and his true current status, a diminished survivor, a determined memory, something else, is a subject of esoteric debate. Cosley spent time at Hush House in the 17th century, but this painting, though undated, is clearly much more recent. It is also signed by Cosley himself, a gift to an imprisoned admirer. Now that's an interesting question. So who might have been in the adept cell? Especially when it's talking about the 1920s, there is the possibility that this painting could have actually come after the events with the when they talk about the 1920s, the Ascendant Long. It could be that this portrait comes after the events. Again, it's quite vague in terms of timelines. But Cosley spent time in Hush House in the 17th century, but this painting, though undated, is clearly much more recent. It is also signed by Cosley himself, a gift to an imprisoned admirer. I'll have to have a think about that. So the last thing we will look at is the prison stool, but we're in the same situation that we were before. We want to give the sweet bone some time to finish its task. All right, the moment we've been waiting for. Moth choice. The Book of Masks, Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called the Vagabond, who is also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, and by many other names, or as Vanna has it, Masks. The Mask of the Laughing Thrush, says Athena Vanna, had a great friendship with the sun and splendor, the highmost hour of the Mansus, now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansus. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden the Mansus, nor for what she had done, but for what would occur. Oh, sorry, not for what she had done. The Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace, Maya, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. This mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind. For not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. So weaving and knot working, and an impulse. Now weaving and knot working is a heart and a moth. So as always, we try and take a look. We say pearl and tide is a moon and rose. So as it is, weaving and knot working, we can already bring up to level 9, which is how we would want to use it. But it's always kind of nice to see, is there a possibility to raise this thing up? So let me just take a second here to add this to my list. This now gives me some opportunities to think about how we're going to make, make the upgrades happen. I certainly have my work cut out for me here, but I think I think this is still within the realm of possibilities. So we're gonna first of all stick these things together, and I'm gonna put the Book of Maya. Well, we're gonna put the Book of Masks right in between those. That works rather well for my filing system. So the next thing that we're going to do here, if I can, I would like to avoid using sort of memories that I've been relying on in terms of persistent memories. So I'm going to keep a core aside. So if I want to level up weaving and knot working today, I'm going to need 7 memories. And I'm going to do what I normally do. I'm going to write out the requirements, and then I'm going to measure that against what I can realistically load in now and what I might want to get from other sources. Okay, so we need Heart and Moth. So it looks like this is actually quite challenging. So what I've got is my first pass, and I'm gonna read this again because I really feel like I've missed something here. Cheerful Ditty, Impulse, Newman, Satisfaction, Solace, and Storm. Now I can take a name day riddle and add that to the list. So actually I'll just add that right now. And in a pinch I can add the Occult Scrap as well, because that's not that hard for me to get on consideration. Yeah, okay. Probably would have been easier too if I just mouse over. Yeah, so Enduring Reflection. And Moth. Okay, Wind and Waiting would have been one. Yeah, okay, we have a little bit more than I was thinking about. But it would be nice if I don't have to give up a whole lot for me to be able to do this. So we'll leave aside the core because we definitely need to use something to level it up. We are eventually going to turn Weaving and Not Working into 9, so we'll move Inks of Revelation off to the side. We'll move this one up here. And again, what we're looking for are seven memories to work with. We already have the Impulse. In fact, because one of these is a Newman, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 memory. Okay, we got 5 to work with right now. So let's say I go for the Occult Scrap. In that case, I would need the Name Day riddle. So let's try the Fete. Can I put the Sunny Day? No, I can't. This will probably do the trick, though. Yeah. Okay, so let's say we've got 3 of the required. So yeah, out of the 4. So then we go for Cheerful Ditty. We can get Perugian Diaries for that. It would be nice if I could put a little more variety in, but I did spend some time already considering that. So the next time we're looking for books, I'll worry about the variety. So Perugian Diaries we can get from the Christopher Olopoli collection. That's the Cheerful Ditty. We'll skip the Newman. Satisfaction is Fekri's Herbery is my standard for that one. Solace is the Olopoli work. I'm pretty sure it's volume 2, but let me double check that. It is indeed volume 2. And the Storm, I actually have a couple of options. But let's go for a good old-fashioned Storm, and we'll use the Swaddled Thunder. So investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Okay. So it's not pretty, and I don't. I would have preferred to have finished the Adepts. So, oh no, we'll still be able to worry about the Adepts. So okay. Let's get another Faust. Excuse me. Mind you, I'm going to need to... I'm going to need to wait. So I think my tea should probably be done by now. It's also not as hot as it used to be, but... The thread parts, the weave is empty, the skies cry out. Okay, there's our storm. Excuse me. So let's jump in again. If I can finish the adept cell, that just makes things a little easier for me. So we'll start with the Faust. Still want to bring back as many elements of the soul as I can, because every memory I can bring over into the next day is just another problem I don't have to deal with tomorrow. But we will focus on getting our first upgrade of weaving and not working done. I'm also not going to be completely crushed if I give up on the inescapable confinement. There are other things that I can investigate. I usually like to put the Newman towards the creation of something, but if I'm forced, I can come up with other things to do. Prison stool, a cheerful lavender color, possibly to encourage rehabilitative enthusiasm. Someone has scratched a series of tally marks down one leg, 77 days. And that gives me touch, however, touch doesn't help me with my present task. Alright, the Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Olapoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Olapoli served as Strathcoyne's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I think Fraser's intentions are good, certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part almost amicably." Olapoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of the journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, in the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of the old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. Fecry's Herbery, the early wisdom of Aeson Fecry, at that point a traveling healer, and much later secretary solvent to the Curia of the Isle. As a Scaptodon, Aeson may consume only that which is found in the earth, so he's best with root lore. Aeson identifies a pale seaweed found in the beaches of Cornwall as a useful source of rose and winter aspect. His tone here is a little guilty, perhaps because he's showing an interest in sea produce, which might be thought unwise for a Scaptodon, and perhaps because his proposal to name it Ava's Locks suggests a tiny crush on the Pale Lady of Brankrug. And Traveling at Night, Volume 2, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Olapoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. There is an extensive discussion on the comparisons between Olapoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elagabalus, who Olapoli regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Olapoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Elagabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elagabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the white. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I should have had 7. Oh, but we... Nope, okay, so I miscounted something. Oh, right, no, sorry, the name day riddle. So we'll be getting that in 29 seconds. Actually, we're looking pretty good. Yeah, I definitely know what I'm doing for the end of the night. I just want to double check my stats. We can take skies, so essentially I'll just get myself a cheerful ditty, which I can carry over. I can carry overnight, and then we'll. In fact, I might even be wise to bring the tryst back, because if I bring the tryst back, I can get an early start on the. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go. So bring the tryst back, I get the early start on the name day riddle. Better now. All right, Tubbins will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is summer. I'm sitting in the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, we won't do anything with the cheerful ditty quite yet. As long as I read it before sundown, I'm fine. Excuse me. Do I ever check my ads? No, because I don't get to set the ads. The only option that I get is to run them. So I believe the way that Twitch handles it is they have whatever analytics they have on you as an individual user, and presumably based off of your browsing history as well as maybe some of the channels that you watch, it'll kind of make a decision. So like for my case, my ads kind of wind up all over the place. Like I got a lot of car ads for a while, and then there's some bank ads, and then it sometimes gives me French ads and sometimes it doesn't give me French ads. I was getting condoms for like a month straight. Which, I mean, it's kind of charming that they think that I would need them. But yeah, it's just, it would be wrong for me to say that they are completely out to lunch in terms of like what the content of them would be, right? Like I can sort of see how some, like along the lines of some demographic information that some of these are probably hitting somewhere in the ballpark. But there are some other ones where it's just like this is not even close. But yeah, I have absolutely no control over the ads. In fact, even I believe even though I can decide when I start the ads running, it'll always give you pre-roll. But I believe it will also sometimes interrupt the broadcast by like putting a pop-up ad, and there's no option to change any of those. So I always thought it was kind of interesting. Like a lot of people, there's a very common thing for people to talk about in terms of like, oh, Google's always listening on your phone. I have a conversation about X, and then all of a sudden I'm getting ads for X. And I don't know, right? Like I have to imagine that is not a very difficult thing for people to identify, right? Like, so if a group like the Citizens Lab can identify not just the use of the use of these spy technologies. They also will be able to identify how much data was transferred, when the data was transferred, so on and so forth. Presumably, widely available software like Android is fairly straightforward to analyze in terms of the amount of data that is being sent and the information that is being sent, right? So, if they're going to be listening to dialogue, I know like voice detection is a thing that is a feature of phones now, but presumably somebody would have identified that this thing is phoning home. Because I know a thing or two about data, I think the reality is a little bit more alarming, which is they don't need to listen to your calls, right? There are all these other things that they'll measure. I mean, there's the really famous example of, I think it was a Target analyst who essentially wound up delivering products for expectant mothers to a kid, well, not a kid, but like a young girl who, the dad was absolutely furious. And of course, when the manager goes to call and apologize again, turns out that sure enough, this person's pregnant. And in fact, I think it was Canadian Tire did some work on this as well. And one of the things that they actually needed to find out was that when they were giving accurate catalogs, right? So expectant mothers and all of a sudden they get, a catalog full of baby stuff. The original response was quite muted, and it wasn't because it was ineffective. It was because it was so obviously effective that these are people who have not communicated to anyone what's happening, or at the very least a very small number of people, and all of a sudden this store, through someone's purchasing behavior, has now given them a very accurate catalog or flyer for their condition. And I think it's quite reasonable for people to feel unsettled by something like that. But yeah, in the case of just broader advertising, like, obviously everybody's a beautiful and unique snowflake, and you don't fit inside of a box, but there are just a number of different things that you do, that's doesn't even necessarily have to involve a lot of very, extreme tracking behavior or something along those lines. But there's just a certain set of things that you indicate by using a site, for showing an interest in certain things. Like people who are interested in Book of Hours are not universally going to be into the occult, and they're not universally going to be a well-read audience. But I'm pretty sure that you could draw a pretty clear line between people who are maniacs for, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and the people who will very regularly watch Book of Hours. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There are some signals that you get about people's interests, and then really a lot of the data analysis is just a question of extrapolating from, or not extrapolating, but like basically you take that very uncontroversial observation and you acknowledge that there are similar expressions of preference that may or may not be ones that even you can articulate as an individual, but you do have methods that can identify those boundaries. And once you do that, then you have a much more effective system for ad targeting. And of course, the consequence of that is that you can charge more to the people who put ads on your site, because you're able to make a promise that you will, you'll get their intended audience. All right, name day riddle. Inceptively intricate riddle that might just teach us who we really are. Gervenius Van Loren was notoriously fond of these. D&D adjacent? Is there a specific RPG you're talking about here? I don't know that much about RPGs, but okay. At last, I approach mastery. So, for Cheerful Ditty, the Instruments of the Heart. I don't even remember where I put that. Probably would be under General, unless I just don't have it in here. I wouldn't have thought it's in the collected word. Oh, nope, I was wrong. It's Sister Isabel. All right. It did also occur to me that there is another thing that I need to replace, and that's the occult scrap, which I'm probably not going to be able to get, but I can live. Well, I mean, I could just use the Tryst. Excuse me. So tomorrow's going to be a bit of a pain in terms of getting all this stuff worked out, but it's Skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. So if I have a memory that I can throw away for the tryst, I will make the name day riddle, and if I don't, then I will settle for something else. Okay, so this will work. I gotta make sure I put this straight into the bed, though, otherwise I will potentially wind up rather sad. Oh yes, this is the one about the Caesura. Or the Great Caesura. The Instruments of the Heart. Sister Isabel, then precentress of the Abbey Church of St. Brendan's, engages in dialogues with a heart-long of a kind called Duendrazon that has taken partial possession of her body. The Duendrazon, like all its kind, usually dwells in the Mansus, but can enter the physical world by manifesting as music and take possession of a willing or semi-willing mortal who hears and loves that music, like Isabella. Isabella records her dreams of the High Mansus, where she is accorded the Duendrazon status and titles. In return, the Duendrazon enjoys what it calls Caesura, a welcome oblivion. Our mostly blessing is that we may never cease, except in Caesura. There is something more that Isabella refers to as the Caesura Magna, but she laments that her Duendrazon will not tell her exactly what that might be. Dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Alright, daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, in terms of elements of the soul that I have to work with, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so one of these has got to get set aside. So now we have 9 to work with. We're already generating one of the memories. So, let's start with the occult scrap. If I can use my health to get a, I'm good with the words. If I can use the health to get some more beeswax, that's my preference, but I'm going to save that to the very end. I am, however, going to make some notes. So we've got a cheerful ditty. We've got a name day riddle. Or will have a name day riddle. We will have an occult scrap. So, an impulse, satisfaction, solace, storm. Okay. So now I need to choose either between an enduring reflection or Newman. Now, what's interesting about the Newman, I would want something with heart or moth. Now, it seems to me like I haven't checked out Back into Balance yet. So that's a heart, sky, and winter. None of which... Oh no, we were able to see winter. I believe that will still give us There Will Be No Second Dawn. We've already done loopholes. We've also done the sun disfigured. And weaving the world, but again, that's one that... Actually, that one has some evidence we wouldn't be able to work with. So it's a heart, moon, and nectar. We know that we can't do moon and nectar. So from an information standpoint, back into balance makes the most sense. So that's a heart, sky, and winter. Okay. Now, I would prefer to come up with something to do with the inescapable confinement before I go. This is probably going to annoy people a little bit, but I'm actually going to do my jump through all of the different possibilities. So we'll start with winter. Another wintry thing. Oh, the wolf's... Oh, okay. We'll try the wolf snow ampule. And... So again, I'm not expecting miracles here. But I am curious. I'm also at the point where it might make sense for me to take a slightly closer look at the things that I'm trying to do. So what I would want to do is find things that have sort of that have gaps that I need to address. I'm not going to do that this time because I kind of have 3 more batches. But once I start focusing on crafting, I'm going to want to narrow these down to some specific targets. I think what I'll do is I will list the... I'm not going to do it this time here just because right now I'm window shopping. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to list the recipes that I wasn't able to try. And from there, I'm going to... then I'll take a look at the ones... So like a good example here would be I don't have anything to learn about leaves and thorns, so there's not a whole lot of value in me adding that sort of stuff. But essentially to just kind of go through each of those potential inputs, learn the ones that I need to fill in some gaps for, find the ones that I already have a pretty good idea about what I need. And it's just a question of not having the tools required, and then sort of from there, if I can, use that to, I don't know, just have a slightly more direct way of working through the... just basically I'm looking to have a slightly more systematic way to fill in these gaps, because like right now I'm not opposed to doing this, because I have been surprised in the past at what I kind of get away with in terms of being able to make things. So like I would imagine here that this is about Moth. But there have actually been cases where, you know, the equivalent actually turns out to be another level 15 Nock. And so, you know, even though I'm not learning new things most of the time when I do these, I do have a slight value, like I assign a slight value to actually taking the time to do this every once in a while, for the simple reason that this might be a good example. Well, sort of. I mean, this had a lantern beside it, and it seems like it'll be a 15 sky as one of the other ones. Like, clearly there's a bunch of stuff for glass blowing and vessel crafting I haven't tried yet. I'm gonna guess a large part of this actually would probably be lantern oriented, but yeah, just the thing is that if I don't do something like this when it's an easy win, right? Like we've got 13 Nock without even looking. If I basically don't do something that's kind of nonsensical at the every once in a while, and again, you don't want to spend forever doing it, but I potentially shut myself off to those, you know, those kind of wild discoveries where it's like, oh, you know, I didn't even think of that one. So for instance here, I'm specifically trying to see if the desiccated witchworms add something to the equation. I could always add the sacrament ascite if I felt that it was a question of getting a maximum amount of Nock. But realistically what's happening here is I need to find something that gives me a... I need to find some of these recipes, or basically I'm looking for something that will let me learn a little bit more about the different items that I can use. So for instance here, I'm looking for an altar that will take scale. So the ascite altar actually is a little bit of a surprise here, but this one I want to see if I can do something with Bisclaver's knot, because I have not been able to make any sense at all of the marks, even from the very start of the game. Earthquake name isn't the most exciting memory that I can put in here. So I'll try an earth sign for a start. So this is a little less exciting, right? We've only got 10 to work with, which means that some of my lower end scale stuff isn't going to work, but we work with what we've got. Now, if we're going to find a recipe of some kind, this is more likely. And like I said, every time I do something like this, this isn't my favorite way of discovering new things in the game. The main reason I do it in these cases are I have... I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. Like, for... Newman, because I can only have one, my usual hope is when I bring in a Newman that I'm bringing it in for some purpose. And in this particular case here, I brought in the inescapable confinement so I can learn a little bit about the, you know, the various endings that I'll get from it. And it does look like there's a bit of overlap in terms of some of the more generic ones that are not tied to the Twiceborn. So I don't necessarily know... Like, in my case, it's more of a sort of for my information at this point. But the big thing is that an inescapable confinement is not an easy one. Like, that's a fairly powerful one for me to, you know, just kind of play around with, right? This is actually an interesting example. So here I'd want to ditch the earth sign and add the earthquake name just to make sure that I'm not missing out on something else. So for this one, it would want, or add a scholar level recipe, mix a liquid with my hallowed tears. My hallowed tears. What on earth is that asking for? It can't be Torg's cleansing. That's really specific for... I'm going to try that in the future, I think. No, it just wants a liquid, not... Right. Okay, no. I am actually going to mess around with that then. So there's an exact... I mean, it's not exactly the thing I was looking for, but it's a... having gone through this rather silly little exercise, I wound up potentially finding another recipe. Which again, if I just read normally, I'm sure I could have found that through other means, but we found it the way we did. So, okay. So let's go to the Hall of Voices. No, that doesn't take scale. Okay, the upstairs kitchen does, though. So... serpents and venoms, and presumably, as I said, a liquid should be sufficient. Yeah, glassfinger toxin right there. So, out of curiosity, this actually raises some interesting questions. So, if I were to add the glassfinger toxin instead... Oh, right, because the glassfinger toxin is not a liquid. Okay, so let's find something that takes scale and liquids. This does not. Presumably the Rowanarium does... Oh, the Rowanarium doesn't even take scale. This does. Okay. So, if I go glassfinger toxin, I can add an earthquake name and an earth sign. It would be nice to have an old moment, but those don't last very long. So now we can add health. Now I want to be kind of careful on this one, because I don't want to, if I can, I don't want to brute force this. So what we're going to focus on right now are anything scale oriented. So horns and ivories. Okay, that gives me an old moment. Halen Hollow gives us a salt sign. We're one short on the scale. There's no way to fix it though, so... I think it's fair to say at this point I'm going to be coming up short. I would actually need the old moment. Which does actually kind of incline me towards like trying to go for the old moment if I'm really honest. No, wait, what am I doing here? Okay. It's not the Earth sign, it's the Newman I want. Let's try that again. Okay. And Wolf Stories were one short on. I don't even know if there would be any way of me really putting that together. Now, I don't regret trying it this way. I mean, we did get one extra recipe out of this, and we at least eliminated the possibility. You know, whenever you see a kind of a combining of sort of rival. Actually, you know what? There's one other thing that I want to try. If it takes liquid, then we should be able to... Oh, wait, no, these are remains. Yeah. So it would want something pretty specific. No, it's Strathcoyne whiskey, not Roscragon. But again, the problem here is this doesn't have a recipe, or this doesn't have an item that we really need. So the old moment would have been nice to have, let's say, but it's not essential. I have a feeling that the cool stuff that we're going to learn about probably comes from the things we haven't tried yet. So, you know, again, when you see a weird crossover like that, it doesn't hurt to take a minute, try what you can. I don't see how the earthquake name would add anything new. You know what? Because the Wind in Waiting has a scale, I'm going to do this one more time. And again, we're only going to focus on the scale stuff. Okay, we did the best we could. We had enough. We had 15 scale for everything, so it's either old moments or stuff we just have not tried at all. And like I said, I do actually think that is a worthwhile exercise to try, you know, every once in a while, particularly when you find new information like that. But you know, trying little details like that, right? Finding a new toy and then pushing further with it. Yeah, that doesn't always work out. You kind of need to allow yourself to be disappointed and feel like maybe you wasted a bit of time alongside those times when you celebrate the victories, right? This is a terrible analogy, but it's a little bit like just being a good sport if you lose a game. And I say this as someone who has that competitive streak that every once in a while I do actually need to, just sort of check in the competitiveness and just remember, like, it is a game. You know, it is okay to really want something, but to let it go if if it doesn't turn out. It's usually just because we can start off quite strong on things, and then if I see stuff unravel, it sort of frustrates me to see such a promising lead go away. But I mean, again, these are games, these are fun things, right? So you can't really pat yourself on the back for the reward. Actually, another thing I might have been able to try was honey, but it's hard for me to. Oh, the cuckoo honey. I'm so mad that I'm actually going back to the well here, but the cuckoo honey is actually a special ingredient that I should be messing around with. But yeah, again, you don't want to set yourself up in a situation where you feel entitled to a win. And again, in the case of this kind of experimentation, you don't want to do the victory lap over the sudden flash of inspiration, and then suddenly get mad when it doesn't turn out. Because if you do that, then the catch is that you are less likely to get those nice moments of inspiration, just to avoid the getting mad moments. At least that's my side of it. So I accept that the false starts. Like, again, whenever I sit down and do a data project, right? I love to pretend that every time I've done a data project, the conclusion was just so obvious that I plug it into the program. Everything I do the first time works. Never works that way. But it's easy to forget that. And so, the search, the false starts are part of the process too. And it's easy to forget, but it's important not to. Okay. That story aside, let's see what we can do with our elements of the soul. So I need an impulse first. I'm going to get the 1927 Kukerbit prisoner records again, just so we've got a little bit more detail about the prisoners, right? 77 days in the Kukerbit was considered enough to soften the passions of the most unrepentant adept. After that, they were usually charged and tried in closed court, very occasionally released, sometimes taken upstairs for one of Collar's experimental interviews. We will definitely be learning more about those interviews before too long. But yes, one of my priorities right now is to follow up on some of this Kukerbit stuff. So impulse is spoken for satisfaction. A catalog of uncharted pleasures. I feel like that would be either in the fiction or the general knowledge. I think it's general knowledge. There it is. Okay. Solace and Storm. I think Notes on Bindings is a Blake work. Thyrza, not William. It is not. Maybe I was thinking of Advice on Containment. Maybe Sisterhood then? Unless I just don't have it in the collection, but that would be strange. Nearly Logical, how are you doing? And Hit People Guy, Lord Gloom. We got a bunch of people here who are worthwhile. Now, Lord Gloom, I must apologize because you've been here a couple of times. You have seen Book of Hours before, right? I think that was the first time you stopped by the channel. I think you said you were going to play that. The only reason I asked this is that actually the more I say this, the more I think I'm on track. But I have been known to mistake some streamers for others, and I always feel very embarrassed by that at the time. So wanted to make sure I had that right. But yes, for those of you that don't know, actually, thank you all of you for speaking up because I've been enjoying an audience of one for the last little while. But you've seen me play this a few times. Okay, cool. Then we are on the same page. I apologize for having to ask, but the hard drive's getting full. So quite literally in my case, actually, I had to clean out a bunch of stuff, but I don't think that's as relevant to all of you. That can't be one of Cosley and Hirscholt's book, is it? Okay, no. Oh, Gideon, of course. But yeah, for those of you who are you are confused by it, so just hanging out mainly to enjoy the art style of the game. Well, the other catch too, and I know you've heard me say this a few times, I am quite far in the game, so right now I'm trying to advance weaving and not working. I really do hope when you do get around to play it that you don't find it like so. The analogy I like to draw for people. Sorry, I should take the time to do some proper shout-outs here. Lord Gloom was discovery through Cobalt Core, and man, Cobalt Core is such a good game. So do check out their stuff. If you want, you can tell us some of the other things that you play as well. But I only know you through Cobalt Core, and I'm looking forward to catching you stream next time because I don't think I've seen you live, but that doesn't mean that you're not live. It just means that I'm not watching at the time. Anyway, the art state of the game is good. The lore invites a lot of digging. Definitely. Last stream was a gingerbread house building stream. You do variety. That's great. I actually remember. I remember the very last gingerbread house that I ever got to. More C built rather than contributed to building, but it was a very elaborate one that my mom had made. So I'm gonna. I think I will have to check out the VOD because that brings back some happy memories. Not to get too sentimental about it, but yeah, it's. I do kind of hope for those of you, especially who are on the fence about Book of Hours. The analogy I like to draw is some of the people that I talk to, particularly the people who are new into gaming, but I do every once in a while. Talk to someone and they will describe Civilization as one of these aspirational strategy games. So like the idea that I hope one day to get good enough at gaming that I can understand Civilization. And I think to a lot of people who watch this channel, that's almost like you almost kind of think that this is a statement of parody, but this is a genuine feeling that people have. And I know Firaxis has put a lot of work into trying to make the game less intimidating. But, what a strategy gamer might consider to be table stakes, for some people is actually quite complicated. And this is funny too, because like for me, I cannot imagine playing a game like Street Fighter or like Mortal Kombat, just because I can't really make sense of the combinations, and I know you're not really supposed to be going around to like button mash everything, and it's just not something I can get my head around. And clearly, if I put the time in, I can. But yeah, I like to draw that analogy to say, like people don't make games to be deliberately off-putting, and getting in at the start where the developer has actually put some effort into nudging you towards the kinds of experience that they want you to have is very different from kind of coming in at the end game when I'm trying to really like tinker with some of the things in between. And I always like to take the time. I usually it's nice to have a member of the audience to specifically point to and address it to, but really what's happening here is my aim is for anybody who's kind of come in and wondering what Book of Hours is about. It's not just me like putting together these books and randomly trying combinations. I'm doing this because I have all of the books that I'm going to get this season, and I'm trying to sort of make some sense of some fairly narrow paths that I've worked myself down. But yeah, no, I hope you enjoy Cultist Simulator. That is definitely a more it asks a lot more of you than Book of Hours. Book of Hours is the more relaxed cousin for the people who really wanted to like Cultist Simulator but didn't like the permadeath. um, but it's a good one nonetheless. I like it a lot, and of course the drawback is that inevitably Book of Hours is going to be compared to Cultist Simulator, but it is a game. I think it was Lottie who said this. Like, it is the game that got us our flat. They're and I think that's actually a fair point to make, right? Like, the new shiny thing does not mean that the older game is any less for it. Anyways. For those of you, I know that we found a couple of people who've been playing Cultist Simulator for the first time when we go off to host people. So that is another good reason for you all to follow Lord Gloom if you are not already. But what I did want to say was with the soundtrack. So for those of you who haven't been following the Advent calendar, and this was, some of you may remember at the start of a stream, I said, oh, this thing, and then I stopped myself. So what I had actually seen was there was a bunch of music that showed up in my library. And I realized it was the Cultist Simulator soundtrack. And I was like, if Weather Factory wanted people to know that, they would have said that. And sure enough, it was today when, when that came out. So yes, I own a copy of the soundtrack. For those of you who'd like it, and I love this soundtrack. I've three, I have a top three for sure, but this is actually something I even recommended to some non-gamer coworkers, because I think they might like the music. But for those of you that like the music, I believe you can actually buy the music separately anyway. If you subscribe to the music subscription services, Apple Music, and I guess it's Apple Music is the subscription service, and then everything else is Plus. But yeah, you Apple Music, I know for sure. That's what I've been listening to it on. I believe someone has confirmed that it's on Spotify, and there may be other services that it's on, but I believe if you want to purchase the soundtrack outright rather than rent it, you can buy it both on Steam and on GOG. And then I know with Apple Music, there's always a purchase option, but I think most people are subscribing now. And that's the big news of today. So, and we still have a few more days left in the Advent calendar. So that was a big one, and I'm very, very happy for Weather Factory, because I know that is something that people were asking for a while, and there were some people that were actually giving advice on how to rip the music out of the game. And I will tell you, one thing I really appreciate about the soundtrack is the fact that it listening to the music in isolation allows me to just appreciate a few of the little touches on some of my favorite tracks that I never noticed before. So again, I'm completely captured by Weather Factory. I like these games too much to say anything bad, but it's I like to think I come by it honestly. I am very excited by the soundtrack. I've been listening to it all day today. Anyways, so we got our Solace, so the last thing we need is a Storm. And I read Apollo and Marsyas a lot, so then I'm going to read De Motu Corporum Vitatorum. And that one I know we actually wound up with a recipe, but it's a recipe that we can't quite fulfill yet. So I'm going to have to paw at the window. So, I've already used up that slot, so we'll go to Nona's desk. Okay. So that should give me all of the memories that I need to satisfy the heart and the moth to be able to level up weaving and not working. I'll want to replace my occult scrap when I can, but I am also able to tend to the beehive. honey or beeswax if I'm careful. Neurological says you brought your first digital soundtrack for a game just a bit ago, so I understand your excitement for the soundtrack to a game you like. Well, also when I worked in, even before I worked in movies, I used to really like getting the soundtracks for the for the films as well. Particularly if I hadn't seen the movie, it was like a movie that I was looking forward to because you could always sort of imagine what wonderful things you were going to see when you're listening to the music. Maybe you don't look at the track names because sometimes they tell you a little bit more about the plot than you wanted. Yeah, and I mean the collaboration with Maribeth Solomon and Alexis Kennedy, and of course now Lottie Bevan as well. Like it's one that's borne a lot of fruit. Again, I'm one of these horrible people that didn't actually really get into Sunless Sea. I haven't played that much of it, if I'm completely honest with you, because I was one of those people who couldn't quite get over that initial difficulty, and I've been meaning to go back to like really sink my teeth into Sunless Sea. But I at least have a bit of a feeling. I actually think some of the early tracks for there's a few that I'm thinking of now actually that definitely have a bit of a Sunless Sea feel to it. But yeah, there's that. But I'm familiar at least with a little bit of the music. Definitely the music when you're coming back into port is a very memorable bit. Cultist Simulator has a beautiful soundtrack, but I really do think Book of Hours is a particularly noteworthy one. I cannot believe this. I'm one over on the cloud. Well, that's fine. Actually, at that point we just keep the occult scrap for ourselves, and we're up the let's see if I can do something fancy with the knock. So we take an inescapable confinement, a shaft. If I put in preliminal meter, yeah, let's take a curious hunch. You bought Sunless Sea on GOG, and there was a bug that caused it to patch loop over and over. It's fixed now, but you got frustrated and never came back to it. Yeah, it's a shame, because it is actually a very well done game. It's just one of these things where if you're not ready for that, you can potentially... so everybody was raving about what a good game it was. And I remember just having to really, kind of grit my teeth and get through a couple of things and sort of one thing that happened to me was that I got a really good ship, which I felt gave me some momentum, but then that made me also feel like I really needed to hang on to that run, because if it didn't turn out, or if I didn't have something that would allow me to sort of transfer it, then I might have sort of a regress to a point where I would get frustrated again. So that was a little bit of a bit to get used to. But the thing is that I made it through not only did I make it through Cultist Simulator, I made it through Cultist Simulator when it was a prototype, and it didn't have any of the help the player along stuff. So clearly my tolerance for punishment at the hands of this sadistic game designer has grown, and I really should try Sunless Sea. And in fact, with Sunless Skies, the thing that was so funny was that I actually got to be one of the early testers on it. I believe that may have actually been the first time I had email contact with Lottie, because she was a producer on that in its early stage. And the funny thing is that while I was a tester and I went through a certain level of the testing, when the final game actually came out, I never wound up trying it because I thought, well, maybe I should try Sunless Sea first. And then, I just never got around to it. So I do actually probably want to spend some time in the Fallen London world and just see all the sights. But there's a lot to unpack. So, all right. Nothing's history when it first happened. It stated the year that Hush House was abandoned. Okay. So if I want to make something of the consider verb, now is the time. I suppose we looked at the severe chair, we looked at the staff armchair, so let's take a look at the dartboard. The thock of the darts punctuated the long evenings and drifted down the corridor to the grilled doors of the cells. The extraguleri always won, and rather soon. None of the other guards would play them unless they agreed to a blindfold. Ah, now I can't consider this because it is fixed in place. Oh, I think the tiny potted tree will be dissected if I... Yeah, no, we're not dissecting the tiny potted tree. So we will... Oh, and the key hooks. I can't interact with those either, so... Time for the loyal dog. Walkies are surely a small price to pay for his unshakable fidelity. No, we don't inspect beasts. We talk to beasts. Time with the beastie? Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. Is this the way to the wood? But perhaps the wood is not a suitable place for a librarian. So we have the name day riddle. We're slowly gathering the parts that we need for our upgrade. I should have worked this out a little better. I'll stay the course, but I didn't actually make any money today, which would have been a little more sensible. Anyways, that's fine. Not every day needs to be an optimization, particularly for money, right? Like, we've got more than where I could probably just not make any more money full stop, and we'd still probably be fine. I should also just double check. We talked about the soundtrack, but you all know that the DLC has been announced as well, right? All right, notes on bindings. Gideon DeWolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, discusses techniques shared between medical suturing, tailoring, and carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. Gideon's favorite motif is the history of the flesh. He insists obscurely that histories should be woven, not written. Gideon speaks reverently of the Weirdweft, which he has achieved by applying stitching and binding arts to a fabric in the presence of sufficient heart. He laments, however, that its complexities only approach those understood by the Sisterhood of the Knot, which in turn are only a shadow of the true braid of histories. A catalogue of uncharted pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Some pleasures, the formulae voluptuous attest, are so intense that they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogues some of those instances. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the forge birthed sparks of delight, which took root in the glory or in nowhere. Who can say? So the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfilled egg. Actually, I think somebody was talking about the flower maker possibly being a god from nowhere, and so I think I have an idea of why somebody made that reference. It's specifically in the Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures, this line here. So, birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the forge birthed sparks of delight which took root in the glory or in nowhere. Who can say? So the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfilled egg. Now, I think the reference here, the sparks of delight which took root in the glory or in nowhere, I thought that might have been a reference to ourselves, the difference between the origin from nowhere or the origin from light. And we actually made a determination here in terms of my book, right? We came from glory. Our first sparks of self descended from the light, above the world which we call the glory. Without the glory, we would be beasts in darkness, and the gifts of our past illuminate our future, which is eternity. But something to think about. Let's carry on. So we have The Sky and the Scar, gnomic exhortations that might be described as emergency procedures for the return of the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross. This book houses a Newman truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Each page of this book, except the last, bears a single sign, clear and irrefutable as a gem. The final page is empty. The traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross might never return. And here we go. Newman back into balance. When the traveling Carapace kinds passed beyond the Weave and the Sky, they made arrangements for their return. There are histories where those arrangements might be invoked. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the executioner and the revolutionary can win a particular victory. Okay. Now, I didn't quite think this through, so I may wind up making another set of choices here, but... Kukrobit Prisoner Records, 1927. Accounts by Governor Collars, private secretary, of interventions and experiments in the last years of the Kukrobit prison, focusing particularly on prisoners he believes might have Carapace Cross lineage. Completely coincidental, but we're getting a lot of Carapace Cross information. 2 prisoners suspected of Aniric crimes are encouraged to access their inner Carapace Cross tendencies and develop the attributes of the Segles kind, sickle-formed pseudocrustacea. Regrettably, they lose the ability to breathe air. One dies, and Collars releases the other into the sea. Collars describes how he successfully induced an unstable carapace larva to develop into a greater form using insects and nectars techniques. I had an idea. In the context of considerable moon aspect to awaken rather than remain hidden. He hopes that similar techniques might be used to expedite the moral development of prisoners. Okay. No, hang on, I've already tried this. That was an obvious one. So I was thinking is like, well, what if this is a reference to the altar of Saint Trento, but... Oh, hang on, we're already going to the hive. And De Motu Corporum Veditorum, the author rejoices in the name of Abelard Hubris, and the title might be translated as On the Forbidden Motions of Bodies, evidently a reference to Newton's De Motu Corporum, published some 20 years previously. Hubris' thesis that stars, planets, and other bodies are the proxies or even essences of the hours, and that conjunctions in the and occlusions reveal the outcome of our intrigues in the Mansus. Hubris declares that the Great Comet of 1577 was the physical embodiment of the hour named Madrugad, that it disintegrated, but fragments gravitate to bone marrow, where they can be located even now. He insists that aronoscopic techniques can be used with essential periost and sufficient sky to create a talisman centrifugic. And this is something that I've been trying to make, but have been having some difficulty. Now, the one catch here is that I wanted to try and mess around with Back into Balance as something that I could... basically, I want to try and use this to find some new histories that I can potentially write. In fact, I'm going to start a new page. Not only do I think I'm not going to like what I see here, I know we can get winter. I think the winter will be there, will be no second dawn. Man, my handwriting's a lot better than it was when I wrote these other ones. Now, apparently we haven't tried Sky yet. I don't think I'll be able to get it. But I am intrigued by that fact. So, actually... No, because I still need to use the ink. Okay, well, we should at least be able to try the heart side. So let's get on with it. I would want to use Tan's desk for this. It's not the only one I can use, but it's convenient. Would be actually weaving and not working would be appropriate in this case, but do I have a better heart? Not right now. Oh, there we go. Drums and dances. Okay. So we would use the Newman. Then we would need the journal. And then the Incassim... I can't remember... I think it might be Maricat. No, Maricat is Grail. Orpiment Exultant. Oh, now that's interesting. So I make the determination, but I don't... yeah, I'm one short. Okay. Make a determination. Horned Axe, oldest. The Horned Axe bears 2 blades, permits passage when passage is to be permitted, awaits at the threshold. The Horned Axe who forbids contradiction is the oldest hour. Other hours might seem older. They are not older. Adds Heart and Knock to your journal, replaces any other older determination. Adding determinations to your journal makes it first possible, then easier to write a matching history. So yes, we are one short with our heart to make the heart determination. So this does, however, give me some information about other things I might try. So for instance, what's my best sky? Do I not have a 10 sky? Okay, no, Sights and Sensations. Oh, better can't do it at that desk. So I would need to add the Faust anyway, but let's play around and see what my chances are without it. I don't normally like to go through all of the determinations because we've read these already, but this is actually one where we were talking about the From Glory origin and from the From Nowhere origin, so sorry about that. The From Nowhere origin is the other half of what we read from Glory. So the Thritage kind of the Carapace Cross dreamed themselves out of black glass to be their own monarch. If we inherit the empty throne, we dream ourselves into every night to come. Add Sky and Forge to your journal, replaces any other origin determination. Adding determinations to your journal makes it first possible, then easier to write a matching history. So all of this said, I'm at 22 Sky right now with everything but the Element of the Soul. Now the Element of the Soul that I would be adding would be Faust, which only has 1 Sky, which means we are 2 short of what I need. So that's even worse than the heart case. So, which makes me wonder, where on earth did the heart come from? 'Cause it sure as heck isn't in my book. Anyways, neither here nor there. So at this point, winter is the only thing that I can really work with here. Now the good news is I don't need to use this stuff to level up weaving and not working until the end of the day. So what I will do is I will take my whist. I'm going to sit on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. And once I use my whist... once I use my whisk there, I will... well, we'll use the whisk to investigate, and then I will probably use it to feed the dog, which is going to be a little cranky that I took it for a walk, but then didn't give it a snack. Unfortunately, Jesse will not be here to be happy that I am feeding the dog, but... Okay, honey or beeswax if I'm careful. The honey is a liability at this point. I have no room for it. You're kidding me. I used to have 2 up here. Why? There we go, behind the scrumpy. Okay, now this is going to be one that I want to. This is going to be one I want to record. So, and now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Hungry dog, a bottomless and reproachful appetite, but such a good bottomless appetite. Grants solace. Probably not a surprise. Apparently, in that regard, the dog and the cat are the same. And of course, the one shame here is I could have saved myself some trouble if I'd known what that was. But that's why we test this stuff, right? So it takes eggs and remains. And honestly, I have a surplus of eggs, so I'm not gonna worry about that. But I do need to take a minute. Just get my whist back before we go any further. All right, so the moth's gift or mine? Oh, I have had one of these things kicking around before. Curious hunch, a sudden unlikely certainty. So I'm actually also happy to hear that that gives me heart. This is going to give me something to experiment with in crafting in the future, but we'll hold on to that for now. So it feels like a little bit of a waste just to have all this stuff kind of kicking around, excuse me, over the course of the day. It's just I specifically got this Newman so that I could experiment. And this is my chance to do that experiment, and then we can use that as an input, and then that frees up my options for whatever I feel like. So first thing we're going to do is make that determination with winter. And like I said, I have a suspicion that I already know what the result is, but rather than assume, we're going to actually put the thing together. So probably not a surprise that Nillikant is the... I am clearly doing something wrong. Right, it's Sights and Sensations is not my 10 winter. It is Quenchings and Quellings. There we go. And yes, the prediction was correct. So there will be no second dawn. This is the history where the traveling kinds of the Carapace Cross return, and everything changes. What is above, below, what has wings shall thrive. When the librarian records a history, even the hours take note, making this decision cannot be reversed. It will begin the end game. We are not interested in denying the second dawn. We are interested possibly in hastening it, in fact. Okay, yes, I have tried, almost certainly tried Insects and Nectars before. Couldn't get any progress out of it. But Quenchings and Quellings doesn't fit. Sights and Sensations doesn't fit. I'm gonna take a minute to think about this here. Snow Stories is hard to, yeah. Putrefactions and Calcination. Even if I could, I suspect I don't have the highest amount. Sorry, just trying to make the... You know, I really would have thought it would be Sea Stories the more I think about it, but clearly not. Just because of the St. Tentretto reference in Cultist Simulator. I feel like I'm just going back to the same elements I did before. I suppose I was thinking a little bit about the traveling kind. So I can't make any direct connections here because Saint Tentretto has Moon Moth, Knock, and Scale. And I can't map that to the traveling kind. Saint Tentretto of the Deep Door, who is 4 times winged for the Skimfectra kind, the Gladerflog kind, the Threedage kind, for the Kind Within. Kind Within, I would see connection with Strathcoin. And the connection I would have made with Strathcoin, I suppose, would either have been Pentiments and Precursors and Insects, or Insects and Nectars, and probably more so Insects and Nectars. Then the other one I would have imagined would have been Transformations and Liberation. Well, that does have a moth, but then I probably would have tried that already. Not that I have a ton of options that are relevant to the matter. Yeah, I'm back to the same sort of stumbling in the dark, which is always a little frustrating to work with. Vesper Fortune, thank you very much for your raid, and I was about to ask and you already told us. So for those of you who are curious about Vesper Fortune, and I will actually take a minute here. This gives me a really good excuse, actually. Before I shout out Vesper Fortune, for those of you who are looking for Cultist Simulator stuff, I will mention that Lord Gloom stopped by, and they're interested in Book of Hours, but apparently they will be starting with Cultist Simulators. So I wanted to take a quick minute and just mention them, because you're coming from the opposite end, and that is Vesper Fortune, who I had the very good fortune of finding through... Oh, I've got you here. I just can't get the shout-out command working. But I had the very good fortune of meeting Vesper Fortune, who is a VTuber on Twitch as well, and you may gather is a Cultist Simulator player, and just achieved not only their first ascension, but their first ascension under the Grail, which means, of course, there are other ascensions. Are you going to try, actually, out of curiosity, are you going to try the Apostle run? Because Grail Apostle is, in fact, the only Apostle run that I have ever done. So I have a particular fondness for that one, but I don't know what your plans are. I should let you know that Apostle runs are only possible after you do an Ascension. So if you do something other than the Apostle run, you're gonna have to win over again and then move your way up. You actually just started. Wonderful. It is tough. It's like I like its toughness, but like it is gonna make you feel pretty precarious. But I hope you have a good time. I know I did with it. And please do let us know. I'm hoping I get a chance to catch it when you're in your place. But when you find out the long, I'm not gonna say exactly what's going on there, but you will encounter a long at some point, and I would love to know which one you get. Anyways, exciting times at Vesper Fortune's channel, it sounds like, and I'm delighted that you are continuing your cultist journey. I am personally looking forward to seeing you handle your Apostle run. And I hope you do give Book of Hours a chance to try as well. And sorry, whatever 1235736, I mentally acknowledged your how goes it, but I was busy talking about your host, and Ditsanel. Again, good evening to you as well. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I know you sign up for one thing and then you have this strange Canadian who won't play the game. He just keeps talking. But for those of you not familiar with this game, this is Weather Factory's follow-up to Cultist Simulator, Book of Hours, where you inherit an ancient occult library. You need to open up all the rooms, which we've already done. You get to reread the books in Book of Hours, which is quite different from the original game from Cultist Simulator, and it is an expansion of the world. So this game takes place in 1936, I think. But anyways, it is it's good stuff. And we're actually at a point now where I'm trying to sort of put together all of the different threads that we had before. In fact, actually, Vesper, one thing that may interest you, because I know you had a dancer. The dancer winds up dealing with the entities known as the Carapace Cross. So here we have something: when the traveling Carapace kinds passed beyond the wave in the sky, they made arrangements for their return. There are histories where those arrangements might be invoked. So there's quite a bit about the Carapace Cross if you care to go down that path in this one. I'm not going to go too far in it because I think there are some mysteries that you may just enjoy finding on your own. But I figured I'd give you a little taste of what's available. You're holding off on future Cultist Sim streams because there's 9 streams for the ending. Well, I'll put it to you this way: Exile and Apostle are somewhat notorious for like really murdering the players, so you may get an ending a little bit faster than 9 streams, but it may not be the ending you want. I leave that to your judgment as to whether or not that is a good thing. Anyways, let's level up our weaving and knot working. We'll become a fiber artist, and it is actually one of my, not my absolute favorite, but there is a good little bit of writing in here. The description of weaving and knot working. Valentine DeWolf. Now, for those of you that may not be familiar, oh no, here we go, the impulse. For those of you that are not familiar with Book of Hours, one of the things I really love about this game is the way that it deals with sort of the acquisition and sort of organization of knowledge. So what we are doing here is we're taking a skill that we know, in this case weaving and knot working, and we're taking it up to another level. And specifically the way that we're doing that is we're taking the skill itself. We need to put effort in. So an element of the soul, the human soul, is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things that you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting, right? So you put a little something of yourself when you want to gain a new skill. And there is a lesson, right? Lesson learned. You have to have at least one lesson learned. But the rest of this is actually taking memories. And because, Vesper, you'll probably know that there are unique cards in Cultist Simulator, and you can see them from sort of this blue coloring. It's the same idea with Book of Hours. So it's not just that you can take 8 cheerful ditties. You can't use the same piece of information. The further at the frontier of knowledge that you go, the more things that you need to put together to crystallize that into something that you can actually work with. And so what's fun about this game is that you can see this as an experience system, but it is entirely different from the way that other role-playing games handle experience. Rather than sort of saying, haha, I walked up that particularly steep hill, +1 experience point. I only need to do this 1,000 more times, and I can now understand the mysteries of magic. What this game does is it sort of says, you have been given information. And in fact, you don't necessarily have to have your lesson match the lesson that you're using. You just have to have it match the aspects. So I could have used weaving and knot working to level up, let's say, herbs and infusions, or moth. You get the lessons from reading books. But again, I draw something of myself, and I draw something of my more sort of ephemeral knowledge, the sorts of things that maybe happen to me over the course of the day, or things that I construct through other forms of understanding. But in this case here, right, it is the acquisition of knowledge, or maybe the rearranging of the boundaries of your ignorance, as Cultist Simulator would put it. It's very much a matter of you taking very disparate strands of knowledge and putting that together into this more concrete thing. And I guess especially because this is a game about a library, and of course libraries are these organized, it's entirely about organizing knowledge. It's just one of these ways where you have almost this Matryoshka doll of sort of the same idea being repeated over and over and over again. And again, because the game starts off from, starting off in St. Brendan's Cove, and you are repairing the library, and eventually what you do is you commit these elements of the soul you commit these skills to the Tree of Wisdom so that you can gain extra elements of the soul, you know, you repair the house as you repair yourself. And again, just another way that you have a bunch of fun ideas all colliding together in this nice, very poetic sort of way. So in case you didn't gather, I like this game quite a bit. But we're going to do some fan service here. We have pet the dog. We got solace for petting the dog. But the hungry dog is a bottomless and reproachful appetite. But such a good bottomless appetite. So we will feed the dog. Feed the beastie. Satisfy this creature's appetite. So we've got, yes, for those of you wondering about the animals that we have in Hush House, we've got a pet cat. Oh, you were hoping to work on that desk. A tame viper, an avid student of warm fireplace stones, warm mice, and warm milk. A pet gull, as noisy and demanding as it was in its youth, but much bigger. This is probably my favorite one, the living relic. Few of these have been seen in the world under this sun. We also have an orphaned chick, a peeping little thing. Its mother is dead or flown. We actually don't have the larva anymore. We turned that into a perilous imago. It's come so far. Release it, and it could fly farther. We have got... we actually have a name for this. This is Chak, I believe. The magnificent green cockatoo. On numerous occasions, this wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. We have a Stimfling. Ava de Wolf taught her father Valentine how to hatch these silvery little villains, but he never learned to like them. I feel like this, by the way, is one of the... Like, this should be an emote, really. And then the last of the animals, the hungry dog. Soon not to be hungry dog, so lots of animals you can interact with in Hush House. All right, we got our weaving and knotworking up to level 9, so that was the one thing I wanted to do before the end of the season. We're still exploring the Kukurbit, or this prison here. This has such a wonderful motto, by the way. Brankug Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Artuccio incident, the branch came itself to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau, but the jail still stands. Over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice si licit, tibi non licit, commonly rendered as, it is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you. So all of those investigators that have been chasing you down Vesper, that's their motto. The Weary Detective makes an appearance in this, by the way. I'll point him out if we see him. Okay, let's get our bearings. Do want to restore elements of the soul, so rest and refreshments. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Some of them are dead. I'm trying to think. So something happened to Spencer Hobson. I'm not going to say what. We've run into Zachary Wakefield. We've run into Connie Lee. Haven't seen Natalia Dragon yet. Or at least haven't seen Natalia Dragon in a recognizable way. Yeah, so we've seen D.I. Moore, Detective Illuminate Moore. We have seen Wakefield. We've heard about Hobson. Connie Lee. Yeah, I haven't seen Natalia Dragon. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone. Anyways, Loyal Dog. Walkies are surely a small price to pay for his unshakable fidelity. Well, in this history, she's still around. I can't remember. I think she's still a member of the Suppression Bureau in this as well. Connie Lee also feel in my playthroughs always winds up becoming like a super detective in the ones I play. Like she always winds up surviving my summons and just becomes this nightmare to deal with. Azim or the Percussigan. I really like the descriptions of the Percussigans. All right, let's have some more crumbly cheese and with my Foss. So we have been exploring the different... Oh, what do you know about Julian Cosley, Vesper Fortune? I've got a photo here. But yes, we read the staff room for the warders at the warders at Brandkrug were a cut above your usual prison warder. Former bureau constables, repentant no, turncoat, Traguleri, veterans of the Legion de Sol. When the end came, none of that mattered. But here, for a while, when the winter storms battered the walls, they hunkered close to this glowing stove to share tea and comradeship and stories from their very different lives. I love your raw prophet. Sounds familiar. All right. Julian Cosley. Julian is known to be a winterlong. At a prescribed date, his hour patron will ensure him a beautiful ending. But until then, he is even harder than most long to dispose of finally. That said, he is known to have been defeated by an Ascendant Long in the 1920s and achieve his true current status, a diminished survivor, a determined memory, something else, is the subject of esoteric debate. So the reason I point this out is that Julian Cosley is one of the Long that we've encountered, and we have a theme song for him.
Long, long,
Never gonna get tired of that joke. Anyways, we are done exploring the staff room. We're going to move up to the worm-inhabited cell, but I suspect there isn't anything for us to actually interact with. I think all this stuff is going to get destroyed if I do anything with it. Hey, Beth, kind of, sort of. Do any of you know what that is from, or is that just a funny little bit of music to play whenever the Long comes up? When does this become a musical? That if you have not seen the Sekiru Gummies commercial series, it is a truly phenomenal series of short films that takes fantastic dramatic turns. You know the Long Long Man. Okay, good. Yeah, so I do know that there are a few people who are not at all familiar with this, and it is a shame because it is a really, if somebody has the link for it, it's a wonderful thing to share. But obviously because there are entities known as the Long in the secret histories, being able to play that song whenever there's references to Julian Cosley is now a bit of an institution here. Okay, so the worm-inhabited cell didn't have anything for us. I think that's going to be the same for the question mark. So this was the last prisoner to be admitted to the jail, but only the date has been recorded. No record of its origin, crime, or arrest remains. Collars was a man of many secrets. Sometimes, however, he was also a generous man, and he insisted it be provided for with a bed and with writing materials should it ever feel the need for them. So we have Rubywise Ruin, Asmiel, and a vase of lilies, but all of those things will be destroyed if I get rid of them. Oh, that's interesting. It's got a grail symbol. Okay, so we've got the grail symbol up here. We've got the winter symbol here. We have the edge symbol in the background here, which is also funny because we would have imagined that Julian Cosley, the winter long, would get this. And in fact, I can't seem to find a symbol at all. But we do know an adept was in here, and specifically an adept kept for 77 days. All right, I got nothing. I'm going to have to think about this one. Which brings us to the governor's office. So the object I am most interested in is the genealogical chart, given that this tells us something about the new king. But we're going to start with a typewriter. And we're already getting an element of the soul back. This one's an honorable mention on the soundtrack, by the way. I like this song, but like if I have to pick a top three, I gotta pick three. I can't put the whole soundtrack in the top three. All right, that's the hurry the hell up sound. Typewriter. Now they call it unromantic. In 50 years, it'll be the most romantic thing in the room. A forged thing. Incidentally, it is also blank. Come friendly words. Monogrammed DG, which I have to assume is David Green. Sir David Green. This bust is carved from reddish granite. And we also have the map room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th librarian and former nocturnal superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operations of his many agents. Yes, it's actually both by... So what? Obviously, I've been flogging this thing all day, but today was the day that the soundtrack for Book of Hours was released, and the person responsible for it is a Canadian. I believe she is based in Toronto, so I am closer to her now than when I lived in Vancouver. That's fairly obvious. But Mary Beth Solomon of Mickey Moore Productions, and I know the collaboration, so far as I can tell, there may be other works that I'm not familiar with, but she worked on Sunless Sea. Sunless Skies, again, not something that Alexis worked on, but Lottie was involved with in the early stages at least. I'm pretty sure Mickey Moore worked on Sunless Skies. Definitely Cultist Simulator. And my favorite for sure is Book of Hours, but that is not a knock on the other soundtracks at all. All right, let's learn something interesting. Unless this counts as a wall. No, it does not count as a wall. My God, where did it go? Get back here. Don't you just hate it when you're looking at a genealogical chart and you accidentally roll it up and put it in your pocket? I can keep the site memory overnight, but honestly, we investigate enough things that I don't think I need to worry. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. All right, this is a big one. Genealogical chart. 6 years ago, King George's heir Edward killed him. 6 years ago, King George's heir Edward killed him in a quarrel over Edward's womanizing. The kingdom was saved from constitutional collapse by Henry Huddleston Abney Hastings, 13th Count of London, who claimed descent through the Plantagenet line. Heaven lift the new king. Collars was keenly interested in the history of the houses Tudor, Plantagenet, Hanover, Windsor, etc., all the way back to the days of the Leashed Flame. He had also doodled the Suppression Bureau seal by the name of King Henry's mother Edith. Of course, Lady Edith serves as Nocturnal Secretary, the minister with final responsibility over the entire bureau. Okay. So I suppose it's a little unclear whether this is the same Edith. But if the not... Well, I mean, it is permitted to us. It's not permitted to... Well, that's suppression. Yeah, nocturnal and suppression are still technically do different things, but... Okay. So I'm just writing some stuff down. My notes look like a crazy person are writing them. There's a bunch of like arrows and question marks going through. God, there's a lot for me to do here. So, okay, and again, the text before, 6 years ago, King George's heir Edward killed him in a quarrel over Edward's womanizing. The kingdom was saved from constitutional collapse by Henry Huddleston Abney Hastings, 13th Count of London, who claimed descent through the Plantagenet line. Heaven lift the new king. Collars is investigating the descendants of the Leashed Flame, presumably, and we do have the Endeavour Project. I don't think we have anything specifically about the Leashed Flame, though. We have references to the Leashed Flame, but I actually don't think we combine that in our societies and organizations. So I will have to reflect on that. But we do need to get on with the day. Hopefully we can make it to autumn and see who arrives. But this is the last object that I can investigate that doesn't destroy it. So the Crucible Tower Governor's Office. The Governor's Office, quietly luxurious by at least the standards of the Cucurbit. Collars was devoted to his cause and his service, but he did insist on his little pleasures. Vesper Fortune VT's got the big pleasures taken care of, at least up till completing the run. Okay, we've got one more day. I don't think there is that much for us to investigate in this room here, so maybe we'll just clear out the... I think maybe we'll just clear out the two objects we can investigate in Collar's private room. And then maybe we'll watch some movies. Probably seems... yeah, that's probably the most sensible of the tasks. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So it doesn't really matter what the weather is. We're gonna focus on some movies. So I'm gonna save the Admonitory Automata project for last. Let's do Experiment Beyond Sight, final film, quasi-documentary, most controversial film. That's the order we'll do it. So we'll start with The Open Head. This is one that I definitely struggled with before. Alright, Edge, a trophy. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Yeah, I do. I actually really like that they expanded on film in this, because you've got Sturm in the original game. So I like the idea that they kind of unpacked that. I once upon a time had sort of fantasies of making a mod for Cultist Simulator, because I did spend some time in at least Hollywood North, and I had a really clear idea about how I could map some of that into what I thought would be an interesting cultist simulator setting. The problem is that I like the idea of modding, and I actually appreciate the people who make them, but it was very hard for me to sort of justify spending that much time working on adjusting someone else's game when I don't necessarily need the framework of an existing game to make something, right? I do know sort of enough about computer. I mean, I'm a disaster, but I know enough to theoretically be able to make my own stuff. So it was a little hard for me to justify spending the time on that compared to anything else. But I don't know. It's one of those kind of filed back in the memory, saying that, yeah, you know, maybe one day I'll dust that project off and work on it. But again, it's a tricky one, right? It's, if you learn anything in Cultist Simulator, is that you need to manage your time well, and it's a bit of a challenge trying to figure out what the most important thing for you to focus on is sometimes. I'm going to make myself some money, and I should have done that earlier. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Money is always a good focus, indeed. I will probably do my last sort of interview or other sort of follow-up for what will almost certainly be a new job I'm starting in the new year, so looking forward to that. All right, The Open Head, Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary, notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. A hammer-armed Turk and a sword-armed Greek pursue each other through the Pindus, setting traps for each other, robbing peasants, chalking insulting graffiti on the walls. The tone is notionally anti-war, but any scholar of the invisible arts would recognize the edge hour subtext and the Hyksos messages in the graffiti. The sword wielder methodically fills a church with candles, lights each one, strips again to the waist to reveal his terrible scars. His chest somehow swings open like a cupboard door to reveal a blood-drenched book, and the film ends. By night I am the leader of a cult. By day I am an accountant. I ascended because I was tired of working customer service. One thing I actually really appreciate about Glover and Glover is I always think that Glover and Glover is a bank. And that is because I worked at a bank for a while. But what I find interesting, at no point does the game ever say this is a bank. That is entirely assumed on my part. And what interests me about that is that I have heard Alexis Kennedy, the designer of the game, refer to at one point Glover and Glover as an insurance agency, and I don't think that's establishing canon. I think it may have even been as one of the possible outcomes. But if I recall correctly, he did have a job as a database administrator or something like that for a financial services company. I believe that is what he did before he went off to found Failbetter. And of course, insurance falls under financial services. And what I think is really interesting about that is because Glover and Glover is never, and this is one thing I think is pretty clear, is I think he says he never actually settles down in terms of what Glover and Glover actually does. But what I do think is interesting is that you have different people who see Glover and Glover as doing different things. And if it does turn out that the firm that he worked for worked in insurance, I think it would be interesting to see the number of people who wind up thinking that Glover and Glover does work in the thing that was a job that they held before, because that kind of tells you a little something about what they thought about the work that they were doing. Again, I may be reading a little bit further into that, but I would be fascinating to know. But on the other hand, right, like there is a certain level of knowing the background of a developer that crosses the line from being into their games to like, why do you know so much about this person's life? So, but then again, it is kind of fun. Like, the reason why I know about the database thing is just because of the way the games are structured. I don't know if you can see the code for, or like the details for Sunless Sea, but in Cultist Simulator and in Book of Hours, all the JSON files are in the background. So if you know that background in terms of databases, you can actually really see the logic of how these games work and why it would make sense that somebody who has worked with databases in the past would choose to structure their game that way. And if you know nothing about relational databases, then this is complete nonsense to you, and it's not going to enhance your enjoyment of the game, but it's just one of those little details that you know about somebody's background and how maybe some things that you wouldn't normally associate with game development sort of still creep in and have an effect. I think there's something kind of interesting about that. Anyways, Operations of the Eye. To give only half your attention to a film. How? Why? Would you drink coffee without using your throat? Ilse Bischoff. So we will now read Colors in the Liver, Ilse Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. Now, I did say that I was going to follow through with checking out the items in the governor's quarters. So let's start by examining the stool. Librarian's stool. Sea-colored, star-ornamented stool. Investigate the object. So this will take 30 seconds. We'll actually probably get the... Oh, no, we got 30 seconds still. All right. Librarian's stool, a sea-colored star-ornamented stool, a stout little soldier on whose worn surface have rested the slippers of a dozen generations of librarians. And we will take a quick look at the Lady Tryphon, very old portrait in the Byzantine style. I am absolutely certain this individual will not come up at all in Vesper Fortune VTs, and that this is a pure coincidence. In no way is this foreshadowing things that might happen in the in a forthcoming stream. Don't even know I'm saying that. All right, we don't have room for honey anymore, so. I do actually prefer it when I get the beeswax, because I am going to need to make some candles sooner than I think, but at this point I think we just need to get through summer and get a new visitor to the house. Okay. More food. I think you all know what I'm eating, so I will skip the dialogue there. I haven't found much use, excuse me. I haven't found too much use for the sculptor's bench yet. Okay. Lady Tryphon, a very old portrait in the Byzantine style. A handwritten card tucked into the frame reads, "Sequester on site, GC." That's almost certainly Governor Collars. The Crucible Tower, Governor's Quarters. In this room, the governor was Collars the artist, Collars the dreamer. It was a side of him that almost no one saw, especially when, after the death of his wife, he grew so much more solitary. That said, there is a connection to be drawn between his enthusiasm for sculpture and his ambitions for his human subjects. And sort of as we talked about, as interesting as the Condignator is, we don't actually have any items to investigate, and I would like to... It's a tough call on this, right? Like, I don't want to go too far into matters that people might like left for themselves, so I won't point out the individual things that might be relevant there. But I think I'm going to wait for another broadcast before I read some of the details in there, because I do think some of the things that we've learned over the course of the last few streams might be relevant towards reading that again. All right, thank you, Vesper. Thank you very much for hanging out, and particularly for bringing your viewers along. I hope you have a good rest, good lurk, good whatever you're up to. But I appreciate the chat interaction. I'm probably not going that much longer myself, but I definitely wanted to thank you for stopping by. But yeah, we're gonna move past the Condignator for a little while until I need to look at it. There's other things that we can do, but we have finished investigating the Kukurbit, which means we will move on to films and the Dawn period for the rest of our investigations. Okay. Colors in the Liver, Ilse Bischof's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. A gang of heretic priests agree to strike the fear of the change into the infuriatingly atheist citizenry. At night, they dressed as four-winged angels, that's a big one for me to pay attention to, and crawl down chimneys and through windows to savage members of their congregation. The priests are caught by unidentified figures wearing heavily mandibled masks like grotesque caricatures of ants. Okay, so now we have two different types of Carapace cross. They are force-fed larvae. A final caption indicates that at dawn the larvae will hatch. Huh. Give me a minute here. So we got a revelation from it, but... Resurgences and emergences. I don't have a tryst to throw in, but no. Trying to think of any other Carapace cross connection that I've got here. I think I'll just leave it. Let's continue reading. We'll get the last of the items. So, Experiment Beyond Sight, Ilse Bischof's bewildering, widely derided final film. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, I've got one more film to watch, but I can move on to the audio right away. Let's just do two, Tower Rises and Tower Falls. Well, I could have used the FET, but Faust will do the trick. The only catch here is I don't have anything the Shapt can do. Hey, we've got Knight 97M, and it is D-Pain following up. So thank you, both of you, for hanging out. What were you two playing today, or doing? Because I know both... well, sorry, actually, Knight, I don't recall if you've done... I've only ever seen you play a game. But I know D-Pain... Oh, and Ecorb, first of his name, is coming by as well. There's a side of me that wants to say you were doing Lethal Company, but I don't know if you've ever actually done that. But if I see three of you, that seems like it would be a good fit. Anyways, how are you all doing? A Tower Rises, a phonograph is, well, you know what? Let's just read that after we finish the film. And for those of you who don't know, all fine broadcasters, but I know I would guess technically I know Knight as well, but I know D-Pain through his Pointless Discord podcast. I know Knight through sharing the Pointless Discord podcast with them. How you doing, E-Corby? First of Herka, I'm sorry. I keep making that mistake too. I'm so used to saying the line that I completely I keep failing to do the connect. I'm so sorry. I've because I repeatedly make that one. I'm even more embarrassed by it. But I appreciate the correction. I appreciate you having a sense of humor about that, because that is not the first time you've needed to tell me. And you were playing Phantasmophobia. Anyways, please do check them all out and follow them. I actually don't get a chance to see the three of you play. Play together that much. I usually see. I can say see, but I tend to lurk, so I hear a little bit more often. But in any case, so many raids, indeed, and I appreciate it, because I think 2 hours of the start of the broadcast I was streaming to possibly 1 or 0 people. Did I just forget to read the? No. Sorry, it was the. I was renewing Elements of the Soul. Okay. I'm going to rearrange. So I'm going to do fixing and mending, because there's. Well, hang on. We might be able to investigate objects. How do I want to take this? So we've already seen the Shears of the Sisterhood. These would get destroyed. Maybe I start with the gulls and move on? Or maybe I just want to save the... Maybe I'll just save the caves for a future stream. So yeah, let's make a little bit of money at the Sweet Bones, and we'll use that to renew the Elements of the Soul that I actually want. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. I'm not doing that for the money, although it's nice because it just saves me from breaking the 10 shilling note, but it's because I need to reorganize it so that I don't need to use the film stuff anymore, that I orient my Elements of the Soul to things that can be used in the phonograph. Okay, Experiment Beyond Sight, Ilse Bischoff's bewildering, widely derided final film. The film is an unrelenting fusillade of apparently unrelated images: birth, mirrors, grain threshers, animal attacks, crowds at stations, but a single image appears again and again, dominating the rush of images until the film is only a single static shot. The repeating image is a view through a grimy window pane of a nearby tower. There is a vague impression of flickering light around the tower top. Just as the film ends, smoke plumes from the tower. That's it. Nothing of note at all, unless one happens to recognize the view of the Crucible Tower from the window of the librarian's quarters. Unless one happens to know that Ilse Bischoff never visited Brandkrug or even Britain before her untimely death. We're reading that again. Because this is... okay. I may have to take... For those of you who want to know what the hell happened in Hush House and the fire and the things like that, we are actually going to start going into some of the details of that. And if you want to mute the stream, if you want to head off, totally get it. If you would like that preserved, let me know, and I can put a signal in chat. But I think we are actually going to start exploring this stuff because this is relevant, and I actually want to take the time to read it. So, Experiment Beyond Sight, Ilse Bischoff's bewildering, widely derided final film. The film is an unrelenting fusillade of apparently unrelated images: birth, mirrors, grain threshes, animal attacks, crowds at stations, but a single image appears again and again, dominating the rush of images until the film is only a single static shot. The repeating image is a view through a grimy window pane of a nearby tower. There's a vague impression of flickering light around the tower top. Just as the film ends, smoke plumes from the tower. That's it. Nothing of note at all, unless one happens to recognize the view of the Crucible Tower from the window of the librarian's quarters, and unless one happens to know that Ilse Bischoff never visited Brandkrug or even Britain before her untimely death. So this was Experiment Beyond Sight. Okay, so another revelation from that. Now, why is this stuff important? Patience Lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate, those who had suffered something no more horrible but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit, an eruption of worms perhaps, or the risks at the military end of Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Lopley, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Hattington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the 9th librarian and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted. He served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. Okay, sorry, the description I was looking for was the projector. Governor Collars had this installed in the 1920s as a treat for prisoners allowed to recover in the infirmary, or so he said. Rumor had it he was a secret Keaton fan and didn't want to motor all the way up to Exeter to see the latest feature. So I'm not entirely clear in terms of whether or not Collars would have seen these particular films, but given that we had the Experiment Beyond Sight, given that we have the view from the librarian's quarters to the top of the Crucible Tower, the interview laboratory. When a prisoner resisted all other interventions, Collars would bring them here to test and refine their worth. His successes might be transferred to Zurich or even turned over to the Legion du Sol to earn their humanity, or even at least once released, but his successes were not numerous. Here at last is where the fire began and where it ended. When the power below the prison was released, it came here to interview Collars. Perhaps it intended to put him in his own device, but it seems there was not nearly enough left of him for that. Condignator, the terrible heart of the governor's terrible project. So, precepts and occlusions, dissolution, their jealous enforcement is nature of Calyptra. So, for this, we've got Soul, Edge, Forge, Knock, and Lantern skill and memory. Subject, we can put element of the soul, cooperative, fuel, memory remains, tool, mode, element of the soul. I think it's the same for both, actually. Trying to get a read on what I would want to put together inside of this. But yeah, so essentially presumably this is the thing kept down here, coming up here, and that is the image that is in Bischoff's final film. Okay, so there is one more item, because we are talking about Collars' experiments. The Admonitory Automata Project, footage of experimental devices under development in the Kukerbit under Governor Collars' supervision. And while we're doing that, a tower rises. The phonograph is packed in glossy card, the bright pink of a dog rose, with the words "A tower rises" in 9 languages on both sides. There's no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker with a high, sweet voice that scales up beyond human hearing, in the language called Vak, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of the wheel that turns, the coil that turns, the tide that returns, egg that returns. It speaks of a cloven city, an opened heart, a dream of glittering eyes, speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. A tower falls. Every time I see you play this, I just imagine that you're making Bruce Wayne's mansion. Something a little different than Mr. Wayne's mansion, but whatever makes it all make sense for you. I am actually kind of curious what your take on this game would be. It's a very unique and interesting one, but I know it's not for everyone, so it's a tricky one sometimes to recommend. I really do recommend it, though. There's really nothing like it, and it's just one of these things where, especially given the fact that I've continued to play Cultist Simulator so many times, and I've enjoyed finding new things about it or little details. Being able to just have a whole new game full of new little mysteries to discover. And I mean, let's face it, there are also some puzzles in here where I'm sort of like, man, I really wish I could make some sense out of this one, and I haven't really been following through. There's just it's a neat one, and the fact that I'm able to sort of take my time with this one is a nice feature as well. Again, you don't want to, if you can, being able to sort of savor and take the time in this big mysterious place that half of the game is just opening up all of these different rooms. There is something really rewarding about that. All right. The Admonitory Automata Project, footage of experimental devices under development in the Kukurbit under Governor Collar's supervision. The admonitory automata are nasty little things of spring and wire, but they all have merry faces of painted tin. The last item shown is a prototype towards something called a condignator, which, Collar says proudly, will allow a prisoner to elaborate their own punishment. He hastens to add that he hopes that in the coming era, punishment will be an entirely obsolete concept. So bear with me a second here. I think this one was Lockworks and Clockworks, but I actually think I took a note of the films. Did indeed. Now, Lockworks and Clockworks is actually something I can use in this. It's not entirely clear what I would accomplish with it. Okay, A Tower Falls. The phonograph is packaged in glossy amethyst purple card with the words "A Tower Falls" in 9 languages on both sides. There's no other identifying information at all. A recording of uncertain origin, inexplicably compelling poetry recorded by a speaker in a rasping, rumbly, impossibly deep voice in the language called Vak, which probably isn't spoken by more than a few dozen living scholars. The poem speaks of a four-winged war, a four-mouthed king, a four-rayed sun, a four-cornered stone. It speaks of a tide-washed hunger of the heart. It speaks lastly of its own conclusion, when it might be spoken in the dreams before the deep door by a messenger of histories. This might be the connection I was finally looking for. I'm going to try that tomorrow. Let's keep working. Sure, investigation of a foundered country it is now. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I don't think I have anything else. I've got 37 seconds, but I may not actually be able to finish the recording in time. Well, let's play it by ear. We'll see how it goes. Actually, come to think of it, I'm going to need to make a decision now. Yeah, I should probably just make money. I could just abandon it, but you know, why not make the cash, right? Oh, sorry, gameplay reminds me a lot of those old Flash games. I think they're called Doodle God and Devil. I don't think I've tried those, but now I should. Those were eventually turned into mobile games, weren't they? I'm pretty sure I've seen a variation on that on Apple Arcade. So the what I'm thinking of here is the references to the four wings in the Tower Falls, and sort of this idea of being spoken in a deep door could be a reference to Saint Tentretta. It's I'm not gonna lie, it's a stretch, but I don't think it's impossible, and it's worth checking out because it's Knock. They're on Steam now. Oh. Investigation of a Foundered Country, subtitled Recordings from the Atlantic Coast. A phonograph initially seems to consist entirely of wave sounds and the cries of gulls, but attention to the cries suggests that they are not gulls at all, perhaps not even birds. The bird cries resolve to possibly human voices, half lost in the sound of waves. They lament the absence of a city unborn. They hymn the ice behind the wave, the amber cobbles, or perhaps amber corals. The tenor of their song is melancholy, but also increasingly menacing, as they promise the city irresistible. As the voices fade, distant bells are clearly to be heard among the surf sounds. I can't remember if I can keep the stolen secret overnight. No. Okay, we'll see what autumn brings. And then I may need to wrap up after the season changes. 9 modes, 9 horizons, the subtle rhythm of words which open ways. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Okay, looks like we don't have Numa. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed, and it's a storm. An advertisement from Cater and Hero. The firm Cater and Hero, alive to the possibility of commerce, has sent a smudgily printed catalog addressed to the librarian. Alright, so not TRN, but rather Cater and Hero. And what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? I actually don't know the answer to that. So, if I give you preliminary meter. No luck! There was another one I was going to try. It was insects and nectar. I think we already tried insects and nectars, didn't we? Well, we can try that with Triss to be sure. Then it was pentiments and precursors, but I couldn't add the Arab except down below here. And we already have the scale with health that we had tried. So stone stories that I tried and said I was going to try and add the health. And then, is there anything new that I learned over the last little while that would connect this to Saint Tentretto? Because again, I can see references to sort of wings, I can see references to the Carapace Cross, but all the obvious ones have sort of been set aside. Yeah. Clearly I need to... have a think about some of this, I think. You're back, you're gone, you're back again. Hello, Vanguard Master. Working hard. Oh, yes. I think I said I was going to try Lockworks and Clockworks to see if that gave me something with the Condemnator. I guess technically I could also throw the lantern in there. So it's my best knock that I can... Oh, got a curious hunch. Come to think of it, isn't one of these things kind of knocky? Apparently not. No knock animals? What am I saying? Viper. Alright, nothing too exciting there. Oh yes, actually there's also the automata, so I want to make sure that the Chronsicord music box that only performs once, typewriter that can only send one message, a clock that can only strike now. But just in case. I guess the thing I'm really looking for here would be the sky stuff, so... take advantage of the storm, I suppose. So what's the other sky memory I'm going to put in here? No, can't do the wind and waiting. Ooh, yeah. What? Sky metal? Madness. I think we can do that though, so you do have to waddle out, family. Time comes early tomorrow. Have fun with the cults. Thank you very much. It is D-Pen. I'm sorry I've been a little more focused on... God, how am I going to make this work? Alright. Yes, have a wonderful evening, and thank you again for the host. Well, thank you, all three of you, for your hosts. I'm going to speak to you through your representative, D-Pain. Okay. Put ductile, but I can't put metal in here. Surely there is another... another place I can work metal. Now let me work stone. Good God. Okay. Man. Okay, that is a tall order then. So if the only place we can work metal is the foundry... How on earth... do I give it the sky that it needs? Well, we've got the 10 sky, so actually I just need to add metal at this point. It's orichalcum. It's all orichalcum all the way down. Okay, that was less exciting than I was planning. What am I trying to do? What is the most interesting thing for me to do today? We'll probably just see what the visitor does. Take a minute just to make sure that I haven't... is there anything else that I wanted to try? Not really. So... Yeah, let's just read the recordings, because we're so close to having every single recording taken care of. So we'll do recordings of the Altheban Abyss. And that is a Deep Mandaic text. Whoops. The firm Cater and Hero, alive to the possibility of commerce, has sent a smudgingly printed catalog addressed to the librarian. Cater and Hero has offices almost everywhere. Not in this misty limb of the kingdom, but they will at least deliver here. Use this item to order items of interest. A few lines on an order form won't consume the ink. When your delivery arrives, it'll contain a new order form. So let's see what we can order from Cater and Hero before I go to... Oh, okay. No, I gotta add the ink. So, we can order... I am definitely ordering the wire. So we can get wire, glue, ham, Evening Isles coffee, Dawnline coffee, Acquire of paper, Scintillate oil, Oscillate oil, Umbrus oil, Assam tea, and Lapsing tea. My God. We can get everything. Order a spool of copper wire from Cater and Hero. That is a big priority. How are we for the various teas? So we've got one Evening Isles, we've got one Dawnline. No, we've got two Evening Isles, one Dawn. We've got a bunch of cocoa. We have one Veil Goddess Lapsang Suchong, but I don't think we have the Assam anymore, so maybe we'll add an Assam to the order. Robed in flowing shapes, rather as if the Aramaic script had taken up dancing. I can't read it. Let's try that again. Let's try that with something to listen to again. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, and we will make a little bit of money at the Sweet Bones. Not that we need it, but it's something we can do without cost. This is the first time I'm actually using one of these order forms, so scratch tiny symbols on the flimsy form. I am very specifically choosing to do perniculate. Deadly used gloves to read text produced with his pigment and ink of power. I do genuinely love this idea that I'm... Actually, apparently I can add a second one? So if I had a... I'm curious now. Can I order two of the same thing? Yes, I can. Good to know. So let's do 3 copper wire. And then 2 of the Assam. Alright, so we will now presumably mail this off. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph. In her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. Post a completed order form, provide money equal to the cost. The postmistress will make out a postal order. So, I think probably we just break the 10 shilling. Post a completed Cater and Hero order form. Complete the order. We haven't even had a visitor yet. The postmistress signs and seals the order and places it in the place that stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. All right, let's see who is visiting today. Strathcoin! Now he knows Ramsund, which makes me so sad that we are going to be satisfying his curiosity, but we do get the spin tree out of it, so... Mr. Fraser Strathcoin, philanthropist, collector, former librarian, a complicated man, but not a cruel one. So he's almost certainly going to be interested in Lantern here. So, conversation with Fraser Strathcoin. Librarian, I have urgent business with you. Perhaps you know something of the Obliviates Librarian, an order of Long who have forsworn traffic with the Hours. The Obliviates long ago retreated to Port Noon across the Western Sea, but I hear some of these new cults swearing an ivory oath, very like the ivory chain of the Obliviates. I'd like to look into other similarities, illumination, Mansis references, solar doctrines. So 4 or higher for the Lantern. I think actually Locksmith's Dream might be able to cover. Yep, everybody's getting Locksmith's Dream Volume 1. I can't believe this is a coincidence. The Obliviates are back in the world, and the Obliviates never come back to the world. Something is afoot in Port Noon. Okay. Recordings from the Theban Abyss, recordings from a subterranean space in the mountains near Baghdad of conversations between the entomologist Juliana Zawatzkowski and an unidentified presence. Only Zawatzkowski's part in the conversations is comprehensible to the listener. The other side consists of grating, buzzing, and rumbling sounds, perhaps only rock movements or artifacts of the recording process, which Zawatzkowski nevertheless unhesitatingly translates. Zawatzkowski seems to believe that the presence identifies itself as a name or remnant of the lost hour called Seven Coils. It pleads with her to assist its rebirth. It begs her to find something for it in the city of Messa. Toward the end of the interview, Zawatzkowski grows suspicious and repeatedly accuses the presence of being not the Seven Coils, but only an inhabitant. The recording ends mid-sentence. Lake Fusino recordings. And we will restore... I'm going to do my best to listen to the remaining recordings and then finish the... wrap up the stream for the day, just because if I can make it so that the last of the texts has been handled, then... we have a pure focus on clearing out the rooms in the caves, and then we can move on to the consumables and decide whether or I want to learn Ramsund or not. I think at the very least I'll try my luck with emptying out the Porphyrine. But yeah, it has been a long time since we've gotten a Numa. And there are fewer and fewer reasons for me to go without bringing it in. So, all right. The affair of the particular mystique. Douglas Moore. D.I. Moore was mostly concerned that the cults might be a breeding ground for Long, and so increase the incidence of the crime of the sky. Better now. Should probably figure out some other things to do with the elements of the soul. So, these, like librarians, are not to be trifled with. It's unlikely to garner much from the hive at this time of year. Good to know. So, my next priority... Seabless pairs in summer and autumn, and Numa, the shining pair. Let's go and use our health here. find some other uses for my... Oh, that's the soul. Alright. The Lake Fusino recordings. Recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes. The wailing flutes, the roaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. There are the songs the sisters sang to the witch that the Thunderskin roared to the sky, the songs which heard the Duendrazones of the Mansis keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. And the last of our recordings, possibly all of the recordings in the game, the Invisible Opera. Anyway, for the affair of the particular mystique. Oh yeah, sorry, I was gonna... so actually, let's... yeah, I am gonna occupy myself with a bunch of sort of side journeys, so... One's gonna gather in autumn. There are a few other things I could try doing, but I don't mind... Okay, we don't need the Faust anymore. Oh, also... Red flower. Need something very specific to us. I have a feeling I'm just going to wind up with a bunch of crap that I want to throw away, but... Deep light corals. I don't think I can do anything with this. Oh wait, hang on. The corals aren't for exploring anyway. It's the sea caves. So yeah, in future I'm going to want to use the Tryst for that, or the health. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna leave all that be. I guess I should figure out something for me to do with the Arab. Problem is there's nothing to investigate in this particular room that isn't gonna wind up getting lost. So... That's true for all of these, though, so we will start with... I can investigate the hurricane lamp again. Oh yeah, sorry. So, D.I. Moore. D.I. Moore was mostly concerned that these cults might be a breeding ground for Long and so increase the incidence of the crime in the sky. Arthur Moore, Lieutenant Moore, dared to hope that he might begin to understand the Sun's plan. Dr. Serena Blackwood dismissed the whole business of cults as a popular delusion in a time of change. Corso suggested that the new doctrines had suggested a connection to him between the enigmatic hour called the Chandler and a name of the watchman, Sunset Celia. Wakefield, it wasn't clear what Zachary Wakefield intended with the new crop of cults, but it was clear it was nothing especially constructive. And finally Fraser Strathcoyne believed that something had drawn the Obliviates, the Long who'd secluded themselves in Port Noon, back into the world. Unimpeachably sturdy. Alright, well, there's the lamp for you. God, what do I even want to do? I have 2 whist and a shop to kick around, and I could actually also use the sweet bones to try some more stuff as well. So if these are walls, I can't really investigate them. All of the rest of this stuff is going to wind up consumed if I interact with it, so we're probably just going to go running through the... I have a feeling we're just going to wind up like running all the way through the Oops. Yeah, so nothing in here that doesn't get consumed. It's almost certainly true for all of these items as well. Oh, this has got to be one that we can work with. Yeah. So on to the chapel calisite. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Okay, The Invisible Opera, a recording of a 1911 attempt at a performance of Wings Within Wings, the so-called Invisible Opera. Again, this is almost certainly another Carapace reference. The singers complete the skewbald aria Beneath Our Skin and A Rose and Maya without incident. Well, actually, no, so Rose and Maya has a much more specific meaning. But the Invisible Opera is dedicated to Pharazeth the Magpie, who delights in unexpected interruptions. Recording ends with a clamor of horrified voices, a grating metallic screech, and a soft brass buzzing that fades into burring silence. Alright, and that is all the recording. So until we buy another document from Oriflammes, that is it in terms of things for us to read. So the remaining work that I will have moving forward, I'm going to take care of the Bobos of the Spring just so we can say that we're clear of the Chapel Calisite and we can move into the remaining two. But essentially we are going to investigate the Dawn period, and then at that point we start using the consumables. And then when it comes down to the consumables, I have a couple of ideas in terms of how that's going to work. So ideally, it's consumption with replacement as much as I can, or, I do something to otherwise, come up with a comparable use, and then maybe sitting alongside that. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to handle this, but one other possibility I could work with would be I could. I could try a bunch of different recipes. Like I said, go through the recipes a little bit more systematically. But, specifically looking for certain recipes or certain gaps, rather than just sort of having the scattershot approach that I've been doing so far. So, the goddess who changes skin, to every god her skin, a forgotten name of the moth. So that's interesting that we've got moth in this case. Right, Bobos of Spring, a votive vessel for harvest offerings. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. The Chapel Calisite. The Red Grail says, "Never speak of this mystery. I was always the first, and I must always be greatest. When we spilt the blood of the Thunderskin, I feasted and I grew strong, stronger again than the twins. There is always a feast, and nothing is truly wasted." Okay, so we've got Yew Blanc, a wood sacred to the Malachite, who is also called the Ring Yew, but also the tree that the dead pass in the dark. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. Curious seashell. Brandkrug is said to lie in the bounds where the world ends. Odd creatures have made their dying way to the beach. Fragrant pears, soft in the hand. And sound, scraps from the Isle's Edge. Oh, I keep forgetting that sound gives us heart. That was actually another thing that we could have used when leveling up. Weaving and not working. It might be construed as friendly. Okay. So from there, we can move from the Chapel Callicite into the Red Grail, birth and appetite denied and condemned by the clergy of the Sun for her temptress role in the Sun's division. Those of us who oppose eternity might instead give her thanks and praise, but cautiously. So at this point, we would move into the Chapel Ascite, but it looks like we have more than one. I mean, essentially what I'll do is at the start of next stream, we will look at the Cat of Depths. But yeah, like I said, the remaining moves will go through the remaining rooms of the Dawn period. Once we do that, I will take the time to investigate each object that essentially, involves consumption. I will wind up making a honey scar scented candle. I'll make some more tea. Bowl of sea blessed pears. I've got the replacement for that already. Sea holly, potted dragon tree. Again, the shadowless silk and the potted dragon tree are the ones that give me pause because there may not be another potted dragon tree anywhere in here. And again, I'm not entirely opposed to messing around with stuff and putting a replacement somewhere, but it would be nice. Like, the last thing I want to do is have Hush House look like it's just been picked clean. So where I can, if I've got flowers somewhere, it would be nice to sort of put a replacement in place. And like, the thing is, the pots kind of look nice, so I've been trying to think of some different ways that I can redistribute the things in slightly more sensible ways. Anyway, all of this is something to consider for the future. I'm rather happy that we hit this milestone. I just kind of wish that... I guess the big catch is I was really kind of counting on finding some treasures of the house out of that, and unfortunately I didn't. So I am... I mean, there's the chance of accidental discovery for sure. But I do think that I am going to need to accept that maybe there are some mysteries that I will discover in future playthroughs. I'm not giving up yet, but there's definitely something to be said for, picking a point where I should say, okay, I am done with I'm done with this run. We're putting it to bed, and moving on to something else, or in some cases saying, no, we're really going to stick through it. We're going to try and get the last of the books. But I mean, at that point, if I'm waiting for the remaining books, that's going to be a question of how many seasons do I want to wait? I don't know how many books there are in the game in total. I could find out, but like I said, I've been really reluctant to check the JSON files, and this is kind of getting to the point now where I'm curious if there are actual mysteries that I'm missing, or if I've just been psyching myself out. Anyways, these are things that we will resolve on Monday. So again, a reminder, the game has now got its soundtrack available for purchase on Steam and GOG, and you can listen to it on the various subscription services as well. Dendrian, thank you very much for the stream. Let me give you a quick shout out here. I appreciate you hanging out. I understand you were streaming earlier today. But almost certainly playing Against the Storm, which is a game that Dendrian is very confident in. It's a lot of fun to watch him play, although he's lots of fun to kind of watch play a lot of things in. But I will be back on Monday for probably more Book of Hours, but I might want to start changing things up a little bit. Wednesday, I suspect, will be more Cobalt Core, and next week, especially if I don't do Book of Hours on Monday, I'll certainly do that on Friday. But I don't know, Monday and Friday seem to be like still good picks for Book of Hours. And tonight, I'm going to host Kilgore Trout, who is currently doing Diablo 2. Unfortunately, there are no Book of Hours streamers or Cultist Simulator streamers. So I figure probably passing it on to Kilgore isn't a bad option here. I don't know if there's anything else to be said. I'm actually feeling really tired all of a sudden, so I'll probably just roll over and go to bed. I already got all my writing done, so it was gonna be... Oh, actually, Dendrian, you'll be terrified to know this. I was looking at... we can talk about that in private, but... I was looking at things I probably shouldn't on the financial side. Anyway, please enjoy Kilgore. He's fellow Canadian. He is based in the... Yeah, why not? I mean, it's just it's a silly thing. It's nothing big, but I'll send you a quick DM so you can laugh at me. But Kilgore is a fellow Canadian based in the Atlantic provinces, currently playing Diablo 2, does a lot of classic games, is a member of the GOG stream team, and puts up with my nonsense. So I hope you all have a good evening there. I'll see you all on Monday at the latest. Take care.
The game so far. And I can understand a difficulty spike of sorts and a challenging boss and system shock raiding the channel and all of that. Which boss? Duriel. Do I have an expansion? I added the expansion. Yep. I did. I added the Lords of Destruction expansion. Yep. Which is the other thing as well. Duriel kills noobs all the time. Yeah, but I killed Duriel